Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. How is everybody?
Good.
Good.
How are you?
I'm excited to be here.
Good. We are too.
I could barely sleep last night. I was so excited for this morning.
I might have had trouble sleeping too, but it might not have been that emotional.
Yeah, might not have been that. Yeah, I know how that is. Oh, me. Just got off the phone. I was talking with Dr. Hamilton this morning. We were running down a few things, and so we'll give everybody another minute here to get started. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we'll look at our daily schedule, what we're supposed to get to today. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock. Well, as others join us, I'm going to go ahead and get started. I like to try to stay on time. Good morning. This is DEOL 738. This is our second meeting. Make sure I am recording. I am. Appreciate you being with me. We'll start this morning with our schedule of what we're going to be doing today and look a little bit forward. Today, we're going to spend time on terms. It's basically a rant that I'll do for the first hour or so. Interrupt me, jump in, ask questions. You can unmute yourself and ask questions, or you can use the chat function, either one. And then we'll take a break about 10:15, and then we'll talk about your consultancy projects and the clinical shell. I got it up this morning, so hopefully it'll be working when we get to it at 10:30, and then we'll take another break, and then we'll talk about the projects due this semester that relate to your consultancy project, and then we'll finish up with a review of the IRB process and why we do that. That's from chapter 2 in Royce, and then we will open up and make sure that you have, those of you who haven't completed that you can get in and you do the right one. There are several different modules. Make sure that we get the right series of modules. We'll meet back in 2 weeks on February 6th, and we'll start the formal instruction of our book, Salkind. Some of you have already reading that, thankfully. Many of you have already gotten into the Ayers book, Super Crunchers, and some of you have even gotten to Davenport, the Quants book. And then we'll proceed from there. And so the first thing I want to talk about this morning is the Ayers book, Super Crunchers. And some of you have already figured out it's got a little age on it. It's actually 13 years old. But the reason why we start with Ayers is the Ayers book is the seminal work that starts the public discussion of lay people, people who aren't quants, into data analytics. And we've seen where that's gone in the last 13 to 15 years. Amazon being a prime example, Netflix, some of those kinds of things where data is collected that influences your buying patterns, your consumption of goods and products, but also your consumption of media. So that you basically live in a world now, we'll talk about media more than anything else. We live in a world of data consumption that's almost the point becomes confirmation bias. Brad made a point this week in his discussion board post that people believe that media is censoring the news that they receive. Well, unfortunately, if you've read that post or the response that I made back to Brad, it's not media that's censoring our news, it's ourselves through the sites and the outlets that we choose to to frequent. And so media content is just like Netflix. When you watch a movie in Netflix, the next time you go and you have to log in is, for us, it's, it's Deol, Tina, or Rachel. And so we all watch different things. Rachel is still on our account, even though she got married in September. She's still on our Netflix account, her and her new husband, Brad. But, when you click in, it says they have suggested movies for you because you watch this. And I have an Audible account. I'm into audiobooks, have been for 25 years. I started with books on tape, that you actually took the cassette and put it in your cassette player when you were driving. And then books on CD, and now I have Audible, which is, I have a little tablet here charging up behind me that I hook Bluetooth into my vehicle now. So it's progressed. The media has changed, but the content's the same in terms of I listen to books all the time. And so my Audible account, it suggests books I've recently listened to. It suggests more. Well, that's what happens with your news feeds as well. It's one of the things that Ayers talked about. That's just data. And so if you tend to consume this kind of data, more data is suggested, and that's what pops up in your news feed. So whether you have a news feed from Fox or MS, I have one from MSN, Yahoo. According to who your news feed, the articles are curated for you. And so it's not media telling you that this is what you have to listen to or read. You're doing that to yourself. And you begin to live in a world that's very narrow. And so the classic example of that was, as I told you before, the 72 election, when Nixon ran against McGovern, and McGovern lost all 50 states. And there was a pundit on TV on the Sunday morning news shows that couldn't understand how Nixon could win in such a landslide, because everybody he knew voted for McGovern. That was his world. That was his narrow view. He lived in Greenwich Village. And so that goes back to population and sample. He lived in an outlier community. And so his worldview was that everybody was going to vote for McGovern. And he just couldn't understand. Well, it's the news that we get, but now it's not what somebody else chooses. It's what we, in effect, choose ourselves, and what news outlets that we tend to frequent, and that content comes to us. Now, we have to be wiser consumers of content and understand the point of view or the purpose behind the content directed at us. And we have a lot of content that is biased, and we have to be smart enough to know that there's a particular perspective, and unfortunately, that content is not only to shape our social and political views, it's also to influence us to buy things, and that's the end of some of it, is to scare us into buying things, or a lot of nefarious and unscrupulous people direct content at us to get us to buy things. And so that's the dark side of data analytics. There's a bright side where we have more information to make better decisions. But if our information's not good, or if it's biased information, we make bad decisions, or we make decisions that cost us money, and we buy things we don't really need, and so a lot of that content is directed at us as well. One of the things that always tickles me is my wife is a consumer of MeTV, with all the old time programs like Leave It to Beaver and Andy Griffith and all that. And obviously those commercials are that come on that network are directed at older people, trying to sell you things that you really don't need, or scare you into buying things. And these sites that help you with your Social Security benefits, but they charge you, of course, and you can go online and do the same thing yourself. But what tickles me is they have a spokesperson telling you all this wonderful stuff, and down at the bottom they have a disclaimer. But the print is so fine, even on a big TV, if you stand, you can't see it. But basically, what the disclaimer says is everything that person is telling you is untrue. And so that we've put consumer warning labels on things, but that doesn't seem to help. But again, that's directed messaging. That's directly from marketing. That's from data that we've collected over the years. And so Ayers kind of sounded the bell. He did it in a way that not very alarmist, but you can see what has happened, many of the predictions that he has made. And so that's why it's the seminal work, and it's kind of overarching this entire course, that it's not just about the data itself, it's about how we use the data, how we consume data, what data we gather. It goes back to hypothesis of, stupid wild ass guess from our own experiences. What do we really want to know? How do we go about answering that? But we've got to figure out ways that we get data that's relevant, that's real, that's unbiased, so that we can make the best decisions for our personal lives, but more importantly, in the context of this course, as leaders of organizations, how can we make better decisions? Now, that portends, and this is a discussion I was in with Jonathan this week, that portends that that if we know better, we'll do better. That's not always the case. Just simply because we know better doesn't mean that we will do better, that we'll act upon that data. Now, the example that I'm going to use this morning, I have a big, long lesson plan for, but I'm not going to use it this morning. It's the EBOS model in value added for public school students. Now, 10 years ago, when we had 20 years of data in North Carolina on standardized testing for students, we dumped it all in, or we paid a company, SAS, out of the research triangle, to dump all of that data into a database and analyze it using an analysis of variance. And so analysis of variance, very simply, and that's one of the terms that we're going to use this morning that kind of leads us into that. Analysis of variance is we look at what independent variables influence the dependent variable. In this case, the dependent variable is the child's test score. So the test score is the dependent variable. What independent variables impact that? And so there are 10 variables that affect a kid's score. Now, the thing that many people and unscrupulous data people is they seize up on those variables, or they pick certain ones to highlight, not based on the data itself. All 10 of those variables do not have the same impact on that child's score. They have varying degrees of impact on that child's score. They are 10, but they have varying degrees, and that term varying is the important one here. That's called variance, and it tells us what percentage of that child's score can be attributed to that particular independent variable. And the only one that we focus on is the teacher. Quality teachers. We only focus on the teacher, when in fact, only 10% of the variance in a child's test score, up to 10%, is attributed to the teacher. Only 10%. 90% is things beyond the control of the school. But we don't talk about that because it becomes a political issue, and it becomes an issue about social justice and equity and funding and facilities, all the things that we don't want to talk about. So it's just easier to focus on teachers. Now, again, there's a kernel of truth in that. Teachers do have an impact on that child's score, but only 10%. For example, race is the biggest factor. It's 30% of the child's score. 30. That one variable And so, but we don't want to discuss that because that would lead us to too many other social and societal issues, especially in funding and facilities that we don't want to talk about. So we as school leaders seize upon that one thing and act as if it were the most important thing. Again, if we know better, we'll do better. Well, we know better, but we don't do better. We just beat on teachers rather than address many of the other things. And so the list of 10 things, people ask, what's the list of 10 things? I have it. I'll show it to you later if you want to see it, but here's how it goes. Race is 30. Father's income is 15. Mother's education is 15. That's 60%. Race, father's income, mother's education. People say, why are those such big, why is their variance so high? If father makes enough money, mama gets to stay at home. And what does mama do? Mama's the one that does lap time. You know, that crucial time in a child's development. That's why. So those, and then you have teachers 10, school is 5. You know, whether the school is high performing or low performing is 5, is the kid on grade level, previous test scores. All those things factor in. And the only one that the school has control over is the teacher. And so even though 90% of the variance in child's score is outside of the school, we seize upon the, outside of the control of the school. We seize upon that one, even though we have data that tells us that's not smart. Single parent, that then that's 15%. We knock that off. That's a great question. What if we don't have daddy in the home? Well, then that 15% is missing. And so let me pull it up. Let me share my screen and I'll pull that up and I'll work through that. This is a good one for us all to know. Let me see if I should have already had that, but let's see. I'm going to cover this. I usually cover this a little bit later, but I'll go ahead and hit it. I do have it in our shell to cover it. Let's see. There we go. So here it is. Race 30, mother, father, teacher 10, school district, school, grade, age, gender, previous test scores. Those are the things that contribute to a kid. And each of those percentages is the amount of variance. Now, we now have 30 years of data. This is not my opinion. This is not what I think of. This is what 30 years of test scores doing an analysis of variance tells us they are. Now, what we do is we take that data, and so we take that data and we built a regression equation. Did I type it out? There it is. And so all of those independent variables contribute to the dependent variable. We do a prediction equation to try to figure out what scores should a kid make to show a year's growth. That's what EVOS model is. It's based on growth. What score on a particular test should a child make to show a year's growth? And so here's that model. Now I'll walk you through one. This is a real one. Third grade math EOG in North Carolina has 180 questions. So the total raw score that any kid could make would be 180. Question is, what score out of 180 would represent a year's growth? And so here's how that's calculated. Jamar is a third grade student in Charlotte Mecklenburg. His independent variables are, he's black, so he gets 20 out of 30 potential points. We do it on a percentage basis. If he's white, he'd get 30 out of 30. If he's Hispanic, he'd get 15 out of 30. You say, well, Dale, that's just racist. No, that's just data. That's what 30 years of data tells us. Mother less than a high school diploma, 5 out of 15. If she had beyond a 4-year degree, it would be 15. He'd get the total 15 points. No father in the home, 0 out of 15. Teacher, we always assume the teacher a 10. Now, this is how we can figure out how much value they actually add. We control for everything else, and that's what we're doing. We're controlling our variables now. He goes to school in CMS, which is a high wealth district. However, if he were in a low wealth district, that would be 2. He's at Billingsville, it gets 0 out of 5 because it's a takeover school. If he were at a high growth school, he'd get 5 points. He's in the 5th grade. He's not a repeater. He gets 5 points. His age, he only gets 3 out of 5 because was developmentally delayed and he's a year older than the peer group. Gender, he gets 5 because it's a math test. He'd get 4 if it were a reading test, vice versa. Female student gets 5 points on a reading test, gets 4 points on a math test. That's historical data. Girls do better on the reading test, boys do better on the math test. Previous scores too is not on grade level according to M-class data coming out of 2nd grade. So his equation looks like this: 20 plus 5 plus 0 plus 10, 5, 0, 5, 3, 5, 2, 55. 55%. We would expect him to score 55%. That would show a year's growth. We multiply that by the raw score of 180. If he gets 99 questions right on the 3rd grade math test, he has shown a year of growth. That's the way EVOS works. We know what percent of variance that each of his independent variables have. Just that simple. Now, if we know better, we'll do better, we think, but what of that 90% of variance that contributes to his score? We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to discuss that because there are political implications, funding, staffing, better schools, better economic conditions, all of those kinds of, we don't, so the only thing that we have control over is the teacher. So we focus on that, and at best, it's only 10% of how well that kid's going to do. So the notion that if we get all this data and it will inform our decisions and we'll do better, no, we don't do that.
Dr. Lamb, I have a question.
Yes.
All right. So if data is king in education, and we understand, like you said, the social economic part or the social implications of it, but if data is king, why can't we get people to understand that or go down those ways of data? Is it that we have people who are using education as a political stepping stone, or
that is correct?
People who don't want to deal with those problems?
They don't want to deal with those problems because it doesn't fit their political agenda and narrative. And we've made education. Bobby Etheridge was the first in North Carolina. I don't know if you remember Bobby. He eventually was the state superintendent of schools, but he was the first to recognize that schools could be a political stepping stone. So he was the first local board member. He was the first local board member to launch their career through education. And to basically weaponize and politicize the public school system in order for their political agendas. The latest in North Carolina example being Tom Tillis. That's how he got his start. He started here, right out the street here at the town hall in Cornelius as a local. Got on the town board here in Cornelius and leveraged his way to influence the school board in Charlotte-Mecklenburg for some nefarious things like moving kids out of one school back to another of color and opening the new high school that eventually opened here pretty much all white. He was the leader of that, created a local pack, a group called Fume to try, their threat was that North Mecklenburg, the northern part of the county would succeed from the district, and basically held the district hostage to influence the enrollment at Hopewell High School and the opening boundaries of the new high school hub. that opened in Cornelius. That's how he got his start. And it launched him all the way to a senator. And so, yes, the answer is yes. People saw a way to politicize. Now, if they see this, why don't they act upon it? Well, they have a political agenda of their own. And that political agenda, supported or hated either way, is that we're not going to fix these problems, that people need to bootstrap themselves. And you know,
Yeah, I guess it bothers me extremely as being educated that you have people who've never been in the classroom making the decisions and making policy skills in the classroom.
Their level of expertise, and I think I commented on this in one of the posts this week, is that they convinced another group of idiots to vote for them, and that makes them an expert. But yeah, the testing is the same for everybody, Angie. I mean, the model is the same. Doesn't matter where you are, whether you're in charter or private. The data is the same. Jonathan says, watch the Cleveland County School Board. You know, but part of the problem in public schools is you have lay people by design that are in charge, that are on the school board, that don't know anything. How many other professions? I mean, you don't have a bunch of lay people running the bar association or the medical association. They have doctors, they have lawyers, but we, you know, the citizenry, the whole notion is to get people that don't know anything. And you have basically three types of board members. You now have the political climbers, and that has really politicized schools. And of course, you have your axe grinders, the former principal or teacher that's out to get everybody that fired them or their friends. And then you have the people who are genuinely concerned about children. And unfortunately, I just said them in the order that they predominate. You have the most people on the board now have a political agenda, either personal or philosophical agenda. And then you have the axe grinders, and you have very few of the people who are actually genuinely concerned. And therein is your problem in the governance, the leadership piece. Again, they have this data. They know these numbers as well. If they can understand them, they're told about this. But if it doesn't fit their agenda or their narrative, because they know better, doesn't mean that they do better. A lot of them just reject this. Well, you know, we don't believe this. It's not about whether you believe it or not, but see, the truth is now debatable. Science, debatable. All these things, the erosion of the confidence in media has led to the erosion of confidence in data. Well, that's, you can make the numbers say anything. Well, yeah, I can teach you to thump the numbers, but when the numbers are true and real, it doesn't matter. And so I remember a conversation that I had about a year ago yesterday, give or take a week. It was Friday. I was driving home from Gardner Webb. And as always, and I was actually sitting at the stoplight there at McDonald's, right there at Shelby High School on 74. And I was in a discussion with Jeff Hamilton about coronavirus. This was just after January 20th, and the first case. If we could go back and look at the calendar, you can see what day it was. And the reason why we were talking is that people didn't understand what was coming, that it was going to become, they didn't understand what exponential meant if you didn't control the spread and how bad it was going to get. Jeff Hamilton said to me, there's going to be millions of cases. There's going to be hundreds of thousands dead. This is just me and Jeff. Us, not even the smartest fellow in this conversation. And this is going to get really bad. And so the context of our discussion was, what are we going to do about classes? I was driving home because I had this class in Charlotte the next day, and had people coming in from all over the country, one flying in from Oakland. Her condo actually was on the bay there with that cruise ship was sitting with all those coronavirus cases on it that we didn't want to let in the country. Thinking that if we just kept them on that ship, that would stop our coronavirus problem, that it'd be ended. It was going to go away the next day. We're not going to let those 15 people off that boat. If we do that, we'll be fine. And when data shows that we're not going to be fine, it's already here. It already been reported that it was in the nursing home in Seattle. It was already here. Cases were popping up. What was going to happen? And so Jeff and I made the decision that, we're going to go ahead and meet our classes this weekend. But I told my class in Charlotte, I can see from the data what's going to happen. I'm going to go ahead and make the decision now that we're going to go online for our next 2 face-to-face sessions. You go ahead and make plans now. I told them that last weekend in January, you can go ahead and do this. Because by the time March rolls around, when our next class, first weekend in March, it's going to be bad. Well, how do you know that? I understand numbers. Well, the government's not telling us that. Well, the government has an agenda. I don't want to die. Through the course of my lifetime, I've lost a lung. I've only got one. And I prefer to be living. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you now. Well, it's played out even as we knew that it was going to play out, unfortunately. And so it's just another example. If we know better, we'll do better. No, not if it doesn't fit our political agenda. We're willing to let people die. I mean, that's the ultimate. And corporations and businesses go under. We're willing to let them do that for our political agenda, for our belief system. So that we would malpractice on a bunch of kids, that's like a gnat to these people. These are people that let folks die by the hundreds of thousands. So what would malpracticing on a few kids be if you're willing to let people die? And people are willing to die for their political belief system, as we saw 2-3 Wednesdays ago. People are willing to die for their political agenda. They're willing to ignore data and common sense. So the notion that if we know better, we'll do better is unfortunate, but it's true. And so we collect data and we make decisions on data. We try, and that's what we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to have an opt-out if we don't like the decision that the data gives us, but that's what we now claim the data is flawed or invalid, or we discount and undermine the data. That's basically what we do now, rather than when the data brings about hard facts that we don't want to hear, we throw mud on the data. We don't just put our thumb on the scale, we put our whole foot on the scale to make it look like what we want. We take out a Sharpie and draw a picture on a map if we have to. I mean, to the point of that ridiculousness. And so we look for alternative facts and alternative data that fits our narrative. I developed a model a long time ago when I was still working in CMS about how we made decisions on the programs that we bought. You buy a lot of programs in education if you're a big district. Made a decision-making algorithm and so Doug Geary he wasn't dean at that time. He was in the department, but they were always looking for people to do quantitative work in the doctoral program. And so he would have me come in and do a session on what we're talking about today, analysis of variance linear regressions and the algorithms that come out of those. And I came in and did one for a doctoral class that we're still meeting over at the airport. And I went through the 10 steps of decision-making based on data that you should use in a decision-making algorithm. And we got through, I had a question from a school administrator in the back, central office person. He said, you need an 11th variable in your algorithm here. And I said, what is that? He said, well, one that you can make a different decision if you don't like the one that the algorithm led you to. you're looking at two different programs, and you go through the algorithm, and it tells you which one you ought to pick based on, effectiveness and other things, cost, money, and all that. And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, what if you got this program over here that you want, and the algorithm didn't pick that program? You need a step in that algorithm where you can pick that program. I said, well, you don't need the algorithm then. Just pick the program. Start with your buddy's got a program you want to buy. Just go ahead and buy it. He said, oh no, but said you need to be able to have an algorithm so you can have some political cover. I said, well, so that what you're telling me is you're going to pick that program, but you just want something for public consumption when it goes bad or whatever, where you can say, oh, but we followed the process, when in fact you didn't follow the process. He said, but if you put that in it, you did in fact follow the process. And I said, oh Lord, that's no wonder your school district's in the takeover mode. So sometimes we use data that way as well. We pretend we're using it, but we're really not using it. We're just using it for cover. That's the use of the data. That's become very popular as well, where we have hijacked the data, and then we slip something into it that gives us where we can say, well, we just made a decision based on the data. Well, no, you didn't. You just manipulated. You didn't change the data. You just added something into the metric that didn't need to be there, so that you had the opportunity or took the political opportunity to make the decision you want, and lied and had political cover so that you wouldn't be blamed when it went bad, as those things always do. Because there's generally something about, when you're buying something, about funneling money to some particular person or organization that you would get in trouble if the public knew that you didn't actually do a contract or a system or whatever, that because it's a state contract system. And so, but he truly believed that was an ethical way to go about data, is that, this one thing could not basically ignore all the data, but claim we used a process. He was in a smaller district east of Charlotte. East of Charlotte, and that traditionally had done things like that and weren't very ethical place. But that was, again, population and sample. That was his worldview. This is the way we do business. What's wrong with that? Well, everything is wrong with that. But now, in where he lived and worked, that was normal. And so, what, if nothing else, the last few years have done, it has expanded what our view of normal is. Or, it's kind of like the notion that you go to the doctor and the doctor says, I'm gonna have to cut your leg off. And you're like, oh my Lord. And he says, well, we can just take your toe off. Well, that's all right, doc. If we push way out there, then we come back. But we keep pushing, the bounds of normal, and what data tells us, to the point where we're just being ridiculous. When we do our data analysis, we got to talk about correlation and association, and we've got to talk about meaningful and those kinds of things that I'm going to move into now. We've got to be careful that we don't generalize our findings beyond what the data tells us. We've got to be honest and ethical in that. And that's a big problem that we have, is we find things that aren't there, or we ignore things that do, when we generalize, when we go to our, okay, here's the data, what did it tell us? We have to be real careful in that we don't overstate what it tells us or understate what it tells us, that we're accurate in our analysis. So let's go to some terms this morning. Let me share my screen. Have I missed any burning questions? Okay, I'm gonna close that. Let me go here. Yeah, we were talking last time, somebody asked me about polling, how I felt, as a data person, that they get all these, well, again, it goes back to the simple fact that the least reliable form of data is self-report. By the very nature of polling, when you ask people and they have to report on themselves, it's not accurate. We shouldn't be making any decisions based on polling data because we know it's inaccurate from the very definition. So let's go to our 738 terms this morning so that we all know the language that we're speaking. And there's also one in here, and I'll show it to you. I don't usually use it as we go through it. It's the terms defined for you. Here they are defined, but I'm going to walk us through. I use the blank one. But if you want to know, you say, well, Dale, you're going too fast. I've already taken notes for you and defined these terms. So we know quantitative is we're working with numbers. From a validated measure, we're counting the number of things. Qualitative is perceptions, interviews, observations. We're trying to make some sense of those numbers. Most of the best way to put these is in mixed, and we collect numbers and then we talk to people and see if they match. And that helps us again on that issue of self-report not being the least reliable form of data. That's the problem I have with studies that are qualitative only. We don't know if you're telling us the truth or not. But if we've collected some hard data, we at the end of those design, we come back together, just like in this course, we have to do a quantitative and a qualitative project. Well, the reason why is it basically check, the efficacy or the accuracy of your qualitative data. If you've got some quantitative numbers, that tells us one story. The qualitative, it should match. It should tell us the same, but it fills in. It does the paint by numbers. If you've seen these pictures that kids paint, and it tells them where. Well, we see the outline and the number in that particular area, the color we're supposed to put in there. Well, that's quantitative and qualitative. Quantitative is the outline and the number. The qualitative is we color it in. That gives us a more vibrant description. That's the way I like to do it. Now, we use descriptive statistics to describe things. How many, how much, that kind of thing. That's where we get our measures of central tendency. We describe things like mean, median, and mode. Y'all all know that. Means the most. Mean is the average. Median's the middle. Mode's the most repeated answer or number. Inferential statistics is what I've been talking about this morning. We collect data to infer things. That's when we use analysis of variance, linear regressions. That's inferential statistics. Action research is what you're doing, is when you're doing research that is real life based with an organization. It's not theoretical. The scientific method, hypothesis testing, develop research questions out of that, literature review, collect data, analyze data, divulge findings and implications and actions going down the road. It's a pretty simple process. That's the scientific method. We've talked about a validated measure. We know that it's measuring what we say it's measuring. This watch that I'm wearing this morning is a valid measure of time. It's not, but it only works on time. It doesn't work on weight, thank goodness. I'd hate to have to look at my wrist and see how much I weigh all the time. So we have validity and, the cornerstones of a validated measure are validity and reliability. Validity, there's 7 types. It's in your book. Does it measure what I say it measures? And reliable, does it work the same every time in every situation? And that relies on us to implement or administer the same way every time. Many of you are familiar with standardized testing. We do the same thing in every classroom. At this minute, we do this, that. We administer it the same way every time. That's part of reliability. Now, we have anecdotal evidence. That's pretty much from our own experiences and observations. There's nothing wrong with that. We usually get people's anecdotal information when we do qualitative work. The problem is when we confuse that anecdotal information with data. Just like the example I used the last time we met, I take Brad up on the roof and throw him off and make him drink a gallon of water and throw him off because anecdotally I saw birds drinking water. And so I think that's data. I think that's causality. I think the reason why birds fly is because they drink water. That's the problem with anecdotal. We've put 2 and 2 together and come up with 22. Goodness of fit. This is the one that you really that people don't pay enough attention to, is when they look at previous studies or previous or existing data that doesn't fit with them. They have to understand, going back to validity and reliability, that work done, solutions for problems that worked in one place only generally work in places that are similar to them. And we'll pick research studies or fixes or treatments, programs, treatments, fixes. We'll pick programs, treatments, or fixes based on they work somewhere else and we don't have the same conditions. My story on that is Harold. One of the school districts I worked in along the way, there was a principal there named Harold. I'm not sure Harold could even read. Somebody read him a research study going into school accountability. This is in the late 80s, before it was known as the state report card and that it was performance-based accountability. But somebody read him a study that said, of a private Catholic school in the Northeast in New England, where they were suspending mamas into school rather than kids out of school. And that really helped test scores. The problem was Harold was principal of a school that was economically ravaged by the crash of the furniture industry in that part of the world. People who had been woodcutters and made a good living now were day laborers just cutting that same wood for firewood, and were making about 1/10 of what they'd made before the furniture industry crashed. And so if mama didn't work that day, kids didn't eat that night. And so the very first mama that came in got in a fist fight with the cafeteria manager at lunch when she lit a cigarette in the cafeteria. And so the first day was the beginning of the end of suspend mama in the school. That's not a bad program if you use it in places where you have a middle class and above mamas who stay at home. They're economically that mama is not a working mother, but it won't work in a place where if mama doesn't work, kids don't eat. So it wasn't the program that was bad. There was not a goodness of fit for that program in that school. And so you have to understand that. It was quite an ordeal. They turned the salad bar over, knocked the sneeze guard off it. It was quite a big deal. So goodness of fit, gap analysis. Here's where a lot of unscrupulous people get over, is on gap analysis. Gap is the gap times the number. Too many times it's just gap. So what does that mean, Dale? Well, go back to a school example. We look at our subgroups on test scores and which ones have the biggest gap between what their group scores and what the overall population of the school scores. They think that's the gap, and they think they've done gap analysis. No, it's how many students are in that subgroup. And so what we do many times is we'll take a group, that has 8 or 10 in it, and we'll focus on them because they have the biggest gap between what their group scores and the school scores, when there's another group standing right by that might have hundreds in it, that we would get a whole lot more impact if we worked with them. And so when we do gap analysis, we have to look at the number, the number that's in that sample of the bigger population. Again, we go back to population and sample. Population is everybody, sample is the group we pull out. And we generally try to work with group, the sample groups of the population because of, the the logistics of working with groups that big. And when we pull data from smaller groups, and we generalize it to the larger groups. But we have to make sure that in that process that we don't just look at how far that group is from everybody else, but how many is in that group if we're looking for impact. Now, we want everybody to do well, but we can't work with 8 ESL kids who are 10 points off of what the group scores when we've got another subgroup that's got 400 in it that's 9 points off of what everybody else scores. And so back to the question this morning, well, why are we doing these things? Well, we don't want to address the societal issues that bigger group has and talk about racial disparity and funding and those kinds of things. So it's easier to work with that 8 than it is to work with that 400. So again, that's a choice that we make. It's a political choice. If we work through our data, it would say you need to work with these 400 African American kids. But that portends that we would have to make some different decisions socially, and we might aggravate our funding sources. And so we pick those kids, those 8 non-English speaking kids, to work with them because it's politically safe. But the real way to do gap analysis is the actual gap, percentage gap, times the number in that sample group. And then that speaks to ethical conduct. The measures of central tendency, mean, median, and mode, you know what those are, levels of measurement. I think I gave you an example with Tiger Woods before, how we can manipulate not the data itself, but how we report the data, by picking the one of these that best fits our narrative. Again, they reported the world golf rankings ordinally. Tiger was 1, Phil was 2. They should have been talking about the interval that Tiger was 3 million points ahead of Phil, but that didn't make good for good TV. So we assumed, they let us assume, they didn't tell us that they told us Tiger was 1 and Phil was 2. And, it's a heated race here, a heated battle. How's it going to turn out this week? Well, as I said, Tiger didn't even pick up the club for over 3 years and stayed number 1. He was so far ahead. There was no race. There was no competition. But we didn't tell. We told the truth. Tiger was 1. The order: Tiger was 1, Phil was 2. We didn't tell the whole truth, which should have been reported in interval. We should have been showing the actual point totals every week, and we would have seen, oops, there's not really any competition here at all. If I want to watch them play golf, but they manufactured a narrative, in order to try to get people to view. You wonder why people distrust the media. There was no story there. There was no competition, but we manufactured one by the way that we reported the data. We didn't change the data. We didn't thump the data. We just changed the narrative by the way that we reported the data with our levels of measurement. Let's see. So the question comes is, did Betsy DeVos affect or change any of these, especially if there was a gap in funding? Absolutely. They didn't change the data. They just changed how the data was analyzed and reported. They reported the things that they wanted to, and this is exactly what they did. They can't. The feds can't change the data because it's from state-run schools, but you can change how it's analyzed and reported. That's what happens with those. For example, I'll use one that's not an education example: unemployment. So regardless of what numbers we report, that has no effect on whether you have a job or not. But if we want to make a political statement or create a narrative, so what we did was we changed the metrics. We changed how we defined unemployment. Yeah, I agree with you, Brad. And so what we did in order to get historically low unemployment numbers is if you weren't collecting an unemployment benefit check, you were no longer unemployed. You just weren't in the workforce. That was the new definition that was coined, not in the workforce. Well, what do you mean? Well, they don't have a job. Well, unemployed, nope. Unemployed means you're getting benefits. And we shortened the length of time that people got benefits, in some cases down to 3 weeks, so that it didn't change how many people didn't have a job. It just changed what we reported. It changed the narrative. It supported our narrative of the greatest economy ever, when it's even pre-COVID, the worst economy ever. But we just changed the metrics of how we reported it. Well, the stock market's the highest, and we use that as the example then. True unemployment in this country was around 20% pre-COVID. It's 30% now. Those are the real numbers of people who don't have jobs. Now, unemployment, we've changed what that means. We think unemployment, the general public thinks unemployed means you don't have a job. No, unemployed means that you don't have a job and you're receiving benefits. If you don't have a job, but you're not receiving unemployment benefits, you're no longer unemployed. You're just not in the workforce. So we changed the metrics, the calculations. We couldn't change the number, so we changed the way that we calculated it. And then we pointed to something. But look at the stock market. Well, you did tax cuts for corporations, and you lifted the Obama restriction that from companies being able to buy their own stock. And so companies took that tax cut, instead of giving it to their employees or their business, they used it to buy their own stock to drive their stock prices up. That's why the stock market is artificially inflated. Well, why would they do that? Well, because their compensation is based on the value of their stock. They gave themselves raises. It's real simple. Again, we manipulate. If we can't manipulate the data itself, we manipulate how the data, the implications or the reporting of the data. And so, this stuff is out there. This is not, I'm sure this is not earth-shattering to any of you. I'll guarantee you know plenty of people who don't have a job. How can unemployment be at all-time low when we see people just everywhere don't have jobs? How can that be? Well, it's not about whether unemployment no longer measures if you have a job or not. What it measures is who's getting unemployment benefits. So we changed the operational definition. We changed the metric, and we couldn't change the data. We couldn't give people jobs. So we just changed how we calculated it. All right. Population and sample. Population's everybody. We pull samples out, and we collect data from them in order to generalize to the bigger group, because it's much more convenient. The problem is we have to make sure that sample is truly representative of that population. Otherwise, we have what's known as an outlier, and it doesn't make a nice bell-shaped curve when we report the scores. That's another way that we manipulate and change the narrative as well. Back to the Greenwich Village example, the fellow that lived there, the group that he lived in was not a representative sample of the bigger population. And one of the things that the political parties accuse the media of is only going to people that, a skewed view of the world, and only going to sources when they, do their little on-camera interviews and sources of people who are in their sample, rather than getting a wider dispersed view of what's really going on in the world, or opinions about what's going on in the world. So, if you watch certain TV channels, they have people that they present as experts or as neutral observers that that are basically in their sample that are in their camp. And so it looks like that everybody believes this. It looks like that everybody knows this, believes this, or this is the way it is everywhere. And so the manipulation, all the world is population and sample. Just a manipulation of those two things. All right. Chance, error, skill, regression to the mean, luck, they all go together. You know what chance is. And we know what error is. We know skill is content and process, and regression to the mean and luck. So let me kind of put that all in a ball for you. When we're trying to predict using inferential statistics to try to predict what will happen, we have to factor all these things in, and it comes out as probability. That is the basis of all inferential statistics, is probability. What is the chance of this happening? We have to factor in the skill of the person, and skill can be measured two ways. Just like for kids in school, we can, if we're trying to get higher test scores, we can approach it. We try to get them more skill, and we can do one or two things if we want them to do better on the math test. We can try to teach them more math, which is content, or we can work with them on test taking strategies, which is process. Now, the problem with doing test taking strategies, we try to get test scores to go up, scores regress to the mean. They don't know more math, they just know how to take the test a little better, but that effect wears off very quickly. I mean, if you want kids to do better on the math test, you need to be working on how much math you teach them and teach them better. The artificial gains you get from teaching them to manipulate the test go away. It's just like the SAT. Best thing for the kids is to take it one time, go through a course of instruction on how test taking tips, and then take it a second time and then stop. PSAT can be the first time, do a little test prep, and then take the test and stop. The scores will regress after that. It is not true what high school guidance counselors tell kids. The top, the best kids keep taking it and your score will keep going up. No, it won't. But what it does is it artificially raises the scores of our entire district to have the best kids just keep on taking. That's just a pure manipulation is all that is. What we need to report is the score of first-time SAT takers. It's way lower than our average score. Because what guidance counselors will do will tell that kid, you scored 1,200. If you can get to 1,250, you can get in state or Carolina. And they have kids keep on and their scores regress back down. That one, SAT test prep is just basically teaching them some strategies of how to guess, eliminate an answer. It don't teach them any more math or science that's on the actual test. It just teaches them how to take, but those scores regress back to the mean because they're artificial. That is a statistical phenomenon that'll be in your book, regression to the mean. And so one of the things we have to be careful of is, are the things we doing artificial? Are we just working on the process? Or are we teaching more content? Same thing in organization. Are we doing a better job? Or are we just manipulating the process and those are the way? Okay, that fixed that problem. And luck plays a role in that as well. There's always luck involved, and that's in the form of guessing. And so for years, and it continues even today, when kids take a state test at the end of the year, and we let them retest if they were close to passing, say they were at 68 and passing is 70, we let them retest 2 days later or a day later. what are we hoping for there? They haven't learned any more math in one day. We haven't worked with them on test taking strategies. We're hoping that luck will kick in, that they'll be better guessers this time. That's all it is. Retest is just dependent upon luck to maybe get that kid through. Maybe he'll guess right on a couple more questions this time and get through. So luck has to be factored in as well. We depend on it. Hopefully, I'll be fine. And so the question is should we count those when we let those kids who are between 65 and 69, if passing is 70 and we retest them, should we allow that school to use those scores if they pass that retest score to be calculated into their overall school score? We did it for a while, but then people like me stood up and screamed and yelled. And finally they said, well, I guess we were right. We shouldn't count those. Okay, so your first test question this morning from this rant is why shouldn't we count that second score rather than the first score? The kid gets lucky, he made 70 rather than 68. Why shouldn't we count all those kids between 65 and 69 that retested, that scored between 65 and 69? Why shouldn't we let them count that second score? We let them count it in terms of, but why shouldn't we let the school count that score in their overall composite average, in accountability? Why should we not let them count that, or why should we? And I'm going to open the floor up. Should we let them count that retested score?
I think the first score seems to be more representative of how they're supposed to, or how their score should be.
It is, but
that first
thinking about the school composite, I mean, this would have a big implication on the school composite. Should we allow the school to count that higher retested score in the calculation of their school composite?
I think they should.
Okay.
Uh,
But here's the gotcha. If we do, then we've got to retest everybody that scored from 70 to 75 and give them a chance to be unlucky.
Score. So I think we should.
So what would happen in the end, and this is borne out a million times in statistics, if we had a school of 800 kids and 400 of them scored 70 or above, and we retested the ones that scored from 65 to 75, we'd have the same 400 pass. It wouldn't be the same 400 kids. Some of them would change. Some would do better, some would do worse, but we'd still come out with the same thing. So the notion here is that's one of those manipulations that we do, and we stopped because we knew that, under the theory of luck, that if you give somebody the chance, if you give one population of kids the chance to be lucky, you have to impose the penalty of giving a corresponding group of kids a chance to be unlucky. And what do you think parents would do if your kid scored 70 and he passed, and you told them, nah, he was too close, we got to retest him to see if he can be unlucky? How well would that go? Vic just shook her head. She doesn't want to enter that conversation with parents. And so you have to understand luck as a concept, but it is a factor in statistical calculations and averages when we're doing measures of central tendency. But when we're doing probability, you have luck, you have skill. Skill has two pieces. Are you teaching kids more math, or are you just teaching them how to take it? All those things factor into probability. Something will happen or not. All of those things work together, and in that theory of probability. Probability is a theory. We can measure it, but it has many different pieces to it. The one that most people don't understand is the luck piece, and that's why I spend a little extra time on it. All right.
Dr. Lamb,
Yes.
in that retest, are they taking the same questions, or is it an
Exact same
alternate
test.
test?
Exact same test. But kids are guessing. What do we tell them to do if they don't know? Don't leave any of them blank. Go ahead and guess. And when we teach kids process, what we're doing is teaching them how to guess better, basically. You see 4 answers there on a multiple choice test. Do you know, can you eliminate at least one? Or if you don't know the answer, can you eliminate at least one? We've got tricks, but in the end, it boils down to a guess. And when we retest, we haven't had time to do any reteach or retrain or any of that. It's basically, we're hoping kids will guess better the second time around, because we know that that's a factor. That all these things, chance, error, skill, content, again, on the skill that a kid displays taking a test is based on his ability to take the test, and which is part of that's guess, and that process, and how much math he actually knows. Those are all factors. Regression to the mean says that if all you do is work with kids on how to take the test, if you get higher scores, the next time they take the test, they'll lose that if you don't teach them more math. And luck, again, that's just guessing. But if you give the kids that were close to passing and didn't the chance to be lucky, you have to give the kids that barely passed the chance to be unlucky. And again, overall, your scores will be the same. Some kids will switch over. Some will go above the line that were slightly below, or some that were slightly above will go. You'll end up with the same 400. You'll end up with 400 passing. It just won't be the same 400 kids. And that's a political nightmare you do not want to get into. And so that's why we don't count retested scores. Are the schools getting extra increased funding scores are higher? No, but they're getting sanctions if they aren't higher. And that's why they wanted to count them. Now, there is some performance bonus for administrators. It's very small, and those have mostly gone away. But there's more stick than carrot in the school business. You get sanctioned if you don't score better, rather than rewarded if you do. So it's high stakes testing. I mean, it's about jobs. No child left behind, you lose your job. We reconstitute schools. And so it's very high stakes. And that's why administrators wanted to add those scores in. But statistically, that's inappropriate. It's unethical. And so we did it for a while until finally we got folks to see that it wasn't going to go well. So the question is how's the pandemic going to affect testing? Well, here's the thing that is going to hurt Vicky's feelings. Not nearly as badly as you think it's going to. As I told you this morning, from analysis of variance from 30 years of test scores, how much impact does a teacher have? Only 10%. So my suspicion is we're going to, when we measure kids, that we're going to see a drop in scores somewhere in the 6 to 8 range %. They're not going to fall off the cliff like people think, because most of the variance in scores have not got to do with the teacher anyway. Sad but true tale. And so we have this notion that scores are just going to be devastating. No, they're not going to be devastating. Unfortunately. We'll see a 6 to 8 point drop percentage wise, but we will not see a 40% drop. No, because teachers only count 10% of the variance already. I mean, the worst teacher, 1% variance, score's not going to drop to 9%. I figure they're going to drop, because we've made some effort to do some virtual and get kids back in the building on even a temporary basis. We'll see between the 6 and the 8, but that'll be it. Again, we're not focused on the right part, we're working on the wrong end of the horse in this scenario. And so, but as I say about myself quite often, at least I'm the end of the horse that don't eat. So it won't be as bad as people think. Variables are the same at the college level. College is a little bit different, Jim. It's not a whole lot different. And the reason why it's a little bit different is self-selection. Kids choose to go to college. They might be a little bit motivated and they can overcome some of the factors in their life. They're not compelled to go to college. And so that the kids that go to college are not a population, they're a sample. They have different characteristics than the population in general, or the sample. The group that goes to college are not the same as the group that didn't go. We pulled them out. They're different. Actually, they're not really, they're a sample of the world, but they're actually a different population because they self-selected to go. And by virtue of that, that motivation, dedication, they're different than the people who didn't go. If every kid that went to public school went to college, yeah, it'd be exactly the same. But since we pulled a group out of that, away from it, there are some changes in the characteristics, but they purred out pretty much similarly. Not exactly. The variables there are a little bit different, but not a whole lot. All right, standard deviation is the average. It is the average distance that scores fall from the mean. 95% of all scores fall within 2 standard deviations of the mean. So if you see something where a school got 4 standard deviations a gain in 1 year, they just cheated. It's impossible to do that, or the chances would be 1 in about 12 million that they would do that. T-test, we simply have a group of people, a sample. We give them a treatment and then we measure them afterward to try to determine if that treatment was effective. Simple T-test. We're looking to see if they're the same group before as after. Now that doesn't mean we're looking to see if they're the same people, but if that treatment worked that we gave them, then they don't have the same characteristics, and so we don't consider them to be the same group. So that's the technical definition. Don't let that throw you. Basically, we take a group of people, we give them a treatment, the vaccine or whatever, and then we see if it affected them, or we teach them this, or we do whatever. T-test is a pre-test, post-test. After we test them before, give them the treatment, test them after. Pre-test, post-test. That's a T-test. We talked about analysis of variance. We look at something like a kid's test score as a dependent variable, and we look to find what independent variables influence that. We use large data sets, goes back to the super crunchers. We waited when we had 20 years of test score data when we did our first EVOS model, which is a linear regression. But that linear regression, those variables that are in that linear regression equation, we didn't guess at them. Analysis of variance defined for us the variables that affect the kid's test score, and at what percentage. We call that the variance. Frequency distribution, linear regression is a prediction equation. We went through that this morning. Frequency distribution is how, when somebody takes a survey, again, survey is opinion. There are no right answers. We just report what the frequency that the scores were distributed, what they picked. That's what a frequency distribution is. We can't say that this was the right answer because it's people's opinion on a survey. We can just report which answers they picked, the frequency. If there was 4 answers, the frequency that they picked. Strongly agree is the fourth answer. How many of them strongly agreed? How many agreed? How many disagreed? How many strongly disagreed? We report that, just like the Denison survey. That's a frequency distribution. When we get that Denison survey result on a 4-point scale, we report those answers. That's the frequency distribution. We do a chi-square. We don't have a comparison group to make sure that we don't have that group from Greenwich Village. We don't have an outlier population or group that we're sample that we're working with. So chi-square is a theoretical model that we run statistically to make sure that the group that we got is not an outlier. It's really easy. Hypothesis is, again, a guess, what we think we're going to find. It should be informed. Null means that we don't think that we're going to find anything. Directional believes that we'll find something, or one way or the other. Research questions are the questions, what do I want to know? What do I want to know so I can know how to set up my methodology to collect that data to find the answer to that question. And then type 1 and type 2 error. And here is the graphic for that. Type 1 error is a false positive, you're pregnant. Type 2 error is a false negative, you're not pregnant. Obviously, you can see she is. The problem that we had with COVID testing is that we know that 9 out of the first 14 tests gave an inordinate amount of false negatives. They were designed that way so that, we wouldn't be overly concerned or that, but once we kind of fixed that problem and got tests that were much more reliable, that's when the numbers started up. The numbers were always there. We just were using devices that defaulted to type 2 errors in their design. Now, that's a political issue too. And so Jim has asked the final question this morning. We're running into our break here. Does randomization fit into this? That's exactly what randomization is, the overarching of all that we've talked about this morning, population and sample, that we can't manipulate. It has to be truly random. We can't have an outlier group. When we collect survey data, we run a chi-square on the distribution to make sure that they were truly a random group and not a stratified group in some way or a convenience sample. My final story this morning is I was on the data group, Gardner Webb, and they were concerned about they weren't getting enough freshmen enrolled at Gardner Webb. And so what they wanted to do was go to the freshmen that we did get and survey them to try to figure out why we didn't get others. And I had to point out to them, that's a convenience sample. If you want to know why the people, that those freshmen that you surveyed came, you can talk to them, but that won't tell you anything about the group that didn't come. That's a different group. That's a different population. That's not a random sample. That's a convenience sample. Data analytics only works if we're truly random and use randomization. And so we can't ask this group of 400 kids who came why 400 other kids didn't come. They don't know. They only know why they came. And we do that all the time. We collect data from groups that are convenient, and we try to generalize it to groups that are inconvenient. It'd be really difficult to track down all that 400 kids that other 400 we thought were coming. We don't have any access to them. So we do what we think is the next best thing is talk to the 400 that did. They got nothing to do. That's a different population entirely. They don't know why those 400 didn't come. If you want to know why the 400 didn't come, you've got to ask them. But we do that all the time. We call that convenience sampling. Is it intentionally unethical? I don't know if it's intentional or not, but it is. And it yields data that's not valid at all. And so to Jim's point, to close out the morning session here is, we have to be honest and ethical, and we have to have it truly random samples. We can't do convenience things, or we can't pick or choose our friends and who we want to test. And, we have to understand that there's a set of rules and conditions that we have to live by. A lot of things I've told you this morning, you writing down, oh, I know how to cheat now. Well, I don't want to teach you how to cheat. I want to teach you how to detect when people are cheating or misleading or misrepresenting, to get you to influence you to make decisions as a leader that butters their bread. That's what we're trying to learn to avoid. to be honest and ethical people and recognize when people have a narrative or an agenda and they're manipulating either the population, the sample, the analysis. They're using, reporting methods like, ordinal rather than interval to show things that aren't really there, to influence us. You need to have a suspicious eye on all of these things, on all the data that you have to make decisions on as leaders. All right, I have run to, what time is it? I've got 10:24. So when does that mean we come back? Let's come back at, how much time do we take on this break? 15? All right, so let's come back at 5, 10, 20 minutes till 11, we'll meet back. All right, thank you.
Your interagency plan to address the underlying cause of this, which of course is from that Central American triangle, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. Now, I do want to ask you, there's this caravan that was essentially busted up. They mostly came from Honduras. They were passing through Guatemala and trying to escape poverty, and they were busted up in Mexico. If we can address that problem, and we can address the root problem in these countries, do you think that will curb some of the immigration challenges that we face?
Angie. Yeah, take a crack at that question. First, I'm the son of immigrants who came here during the.
You're not muted.
70s. Like, that was a blessing.
You're not muted either, I don't think.
Yeah, I was trying to tell her to mute herself.
There you go. I heard some news in the background.
And we're back. Well, I hope we're back. After that, I don't know how many people have joined us after you have to listen to me rant for an hour. If you stuck through that, you stick through anything. All right, so we're going to take some time now. I'm going to go first, and I'm going to give you an example of a manipulation. And I want you to think of, and I know you've all been thinking of them this morning. I'm going to give you a chance to share if you want to, where you've seen data manipulation that the general public may be aware of or not aware of. And so my first this morning is back to Jim's question at the end. How does randomization fit this? So let me give you an example of where we stratify and then randomize, which is a direct manipulation of data. And so all of you know that the North Carolina High School Athletic Association has different class divisions: 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, 4AA. And then they have some 2A/3A out in the very ends of the state because of travel distance. But they classify students. Private schools do the same thing. So that there are, 20 eventual state champions now with private schools and public schools and all that. But let's think about, I live here in Cornelius, Lake Norman, which is obviously a suburb of Charlotte, northern suburbs. And so we have WBTV. Well, after 30 years, Football Friday Night has finally come to an end. But forever on Football Friday Night, they reported, the WBTV top 10 high school football teams in the area. And you'd look at that list every week and you'd say, that's not even close. About half of them couldn't play dead. How is it that they made the top 10 list? Well, they're trying to, they're not interested in reporting the truth or with any accuracy. They're trying to increase viewership and keep their viewers. And so we stratify these kids over here, in Lincolnton. They're only playing 2A kids. They're number 4 on the list. There's 10 teams in Charlotte that didn't make the list that would beat the brakes off of them. But that doesn't fit our narrative. And so we stratified those kids where they're not playing one another based on school size. We don't want, the Christians and the Lions here, literally. So, those little boys are playing other little boys. But now, because they're 4-0 or 5-0 or 6-0, we report them as number 4 this week. Well, they couldn't. There's 10 teams in Charlotte that would beat them by 70 points that don't make the list. But that doesn't fit our narrative. So we present that as a randomization, that these are just the best teams, period. No, they're not playing one another. They're playing only teams similar to them. But we report it that way. And so that's a case where we initially stratify and then we randomize or say that we're randomizing, but that second piece does not overcome that first piece, that we stratified them in the beginning. So that we reported, because they're 5-0, they're undefeated, that they're the same as Mallard Creek, who would beat them by 100. So, but that doesn't make a good story that we come on every week in Charlotte and show the top 10 teams are right here in town. What would happen to their viewership out in Cleveland County or Lincoln County if they didn't report Shelby and Chase and Crest? What would happen to their viewership in Catawba and Lincoln and Gaston and Iredell and Cabarrus if they didn't include the Concord Spiders and A.L. Brown every year? What would happen to their viewership? It would go to nothing. And so that's an intentional. And so when people point and look at the media, well, yeah, they do things like that. They absolutely do. But they figure no harm, no foul. So I'm going to turn the floor over. And Tell me other manipulations that you have seen based on what we've talked about this morning.
So one thing that kind of comes to mind for me is, and I didn't see this personally, but I heard from another PIO, a public information officer, our local newspaper a few years ago installed like a leaderboard in their newsroom where they could in real time track who's clicking on stories, the stories that were posted online, say the day before. And so they would make decisions on what stories to do that day, not based on the actual merits of, I don't know, journalism. They would decide on what stories to cover based on what people were interested in and what
Right.
people were clicking on, which is, I mean, you're gathering data, but it's not, it doesn't help you be a better journalist or tell better stories or tell the stories that actually impact the community. You know, you tell stories that you know are going to be clickbait for your audience.
Confirmation bias. That's an example of confirmation bias. You know, we feed people stories that we know they want to hear from the perspective that they want to hear them from, rather than what the truth is or what's reality. We create a false reality. Again, we live in that bubble like the people in Greenwich Village. That's exactly what that is, Stacia. Excellent example. But that's what information and media tends to do, is give you the story that you want rather than just objectively presenting what happened. Excellent example of confirmation bias.
So we have, data that shows that we are, our online courses have a 15% higher failure rate than our traditional or seated courses, despite the fact that, so we say that, we're doing a particularly bad job of teaching online, but we are not. That is not, a Cleveland Community College problem. It is an everywhere problem. And how much of that can we change with the way we teach online?
Most of that, if we did an analysis of variance, we would find that the most attributable independent variable would be rooted in the digital divide. Don't have internet, don't have computer, don't have a reliable internet connection, don't have a quiet place like a classroom to learn. All of those things outside of the locus of control of Cleveland Community College. But we blame the teacher. Again, same as the EBOS example I gave you this morning. Kids with certain demographics don't do well, and so we blame the teacher. It's easier than addressing the underlying systemic problem that we have. Only 90% of a kid's test score is outside the locus of the teacher's control, but it's easier to blame them. That's exactly what, again, that's Jonathan's example, is the EBOS example. It's easier to blame Cleveland Community College instructors for a 15% higher failure rate when that failure rate most likely is attributable to variables beyond their control. But that's the easy, expedient answer.
The temporary answer to the problem for us was teach less online. Teach more seated. I mean, that was just the approach. So.
All right.
And that's not the answer to the bigger problem. Therein lies that's not the answer to the bigger problem. It's a societal issue of income inequality and corporate welfare. For whatever reason, we talk about welfare queens and beating up on poor people about the social welfare that we give them, which would be aid for computers, hotspots, and those kinds of things. We have a real problem with that, but we don't have a problem with corporate tax cuts, which is just welfare in another form. We don't have a problem with that. That there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with that. That we do a trade embargo with China and we gave farmers billions more than we ever gave the auto industry. And we're going to have to keep giving it to them. We don't have a problem with that. That kind of corporate welfare. But we can't find it within our hearts to make sure that a poor kid has a Chromebook. So it's easier to blame it, instead of actually addressing the underlying problem that the data actually tells us, we create a new narrative that's not rooted in the data. So that's one of the things that we do in corporate America, is when we have a problem that we don't want to really tackle, we blame somebody else. Or in the business is what we call the kick the dog syndrome. A man gets yelled at work, he goes home, yells at his wife. Wife yells at the kid, kid's got nobody to yell at, so he kicks the dog. The dog wonders, what the hell did I do? You didn't do anything. You're just at the end of the line. Well, that's how it works. So in data, we call that the kick the dog syndrome. We've got to have a bad guy. We've got to have a culprit. For whatever reason in society now, we demand a scapegoat. We demand somebody. There must be blood. And most of the time, the data tells us it's not there. It's not them. They're just the powerless. And so the way that we have come to work in our society, that the powerless are the ones who are to blame. The welfare queen, she is to blame. Not just like in North Carolina, where we give out $10 in corporate welfare for every $1 in social welfare, but we blame the 10% rather than the 90% who are getting tax breaks, incentives, those kinds of things. And that's another one of those manipulations. So one of the manipulations in job creation is to do this. A company relocates Cincinnati to Charlotte. They have 30,000 employees in Cincinnati. They move to Charlotte. They take all the incentives. The state gives them all this money. We count that as 20,000 jobs created. We don't count the 10,000 that they laid off. They're no longer in the workforce. We don't count them as unemployed. And we claim we created 20,000 jobs. We didn't. We lost 10,000. But again, how do we determine our metrics? We can shape the data or the narrative, again, through changing the metrics. We paid those people a severance, and so they don't get unemployment, so they're not unemployed. They're just no longer in the workforce, that 10,000 people that got laid off. And we count that 20,000 because we moved them across state line. We count those as new jobs created. But in the end, 10,000 people don't have a paycheck anymore. We didn't create 20,000 jobs. We lost 10, but that doesn't fit the narrative. And so again, we blame the powerless in problems that we don't want to tackle. Other examples, y'all talk more, let me talk less.
I'll use an example of our school report cards for South Carolina. In looking at our district report cards, there's a percentage that of points given in different categories, but they compare our schools to each other without comparing the poverty
exactly
percentages. And so every year we're going to get a rating that we probably perceive we're going to get based on our high poverty, but we're treated alike and we're asked, what's going on there, as far as the achievement rating. And then a portion, 10% is on student engagement, and the students answer those questions, how engaged they are. And so, some of the schools will prep the students, to answer favorably. And, we won't do that. And so we definitely will have a difference in our outcome in that area as well. So I just think that's really an unfair look.
Well, I asked Lou Fabrizio 30 years ago, who was the head of testing in North Carolina. I asked him how at a meeting in Hickory, North Carolina. I asked, the question how. When we want schools to, we want you to, improve the performance of your schools. And I said, how? What are the steps? We'll just tell them that we have to do better. That's not how. And so what we did is we started with comparative accountability. In comparative accountability, all you're measuring is who you get, not what you do with it. Growth accountability attempts to measure what you actually do with students. We didn't go the growth route. We've gotten into it in the last 10 years in EVOS, but now we've discounted that. We don't like that. So we got to have somebody to beat. We got to have somebody to brag on over at the country club. I mean, you can't just have one horse races. Every horse in the race doesn't have the equal chance to win. You got to have a few mutters in there. And so, as they call them in that business. And so, comparative accountability, what Dick's talking about with the state report card, simply measures, all it measures is who you get. It doesn't measure what you do with them. It measures who you get. Now, if we want to try to measure what we did with them, we can do a growth model. That would be how we reported accountability. But that doesn't fit our narrative. What we would find is a lot of what we consider to be high performing schools are just warehouses. The school, my wife used to get so mad at me that, she threatened to divorce me. We've been married nearly 40 years. And she was at I tell you the story. My wife was at the lab school at Davidson, the IB school, 240, the smartest kids, the best and the brightest. And Charlotte Mecklenburg got to go there. It was a magnet. All of them were 99 percentile. I mean, these kids, you had to make sure that direct sunlight didn't hit their glasses or they'd set the place on fire. I mean, these are the kids, this bunch, and, all of them geniuses, all of them. And so I would tell my wife the most important person in their organization was the custodian. And she'd get so mad at me. I said, as long as he can get the front door unlocked every day, your scores are just going to walk right in. And boy, that'd make her mad as fire. But there's a lot of truth in that, unfortunately. They were never going to score less than 99%, ever. Shernay says she was but you know what I'm talking about. Those kids are smart as a whip and motivated, and their parents are highly educated. You don't have to worry about their scores. I had and he's a brilliant young man. I just love him to death. I had a student in a cohort in Statesville when I was working between Charlotte and Statesville before I went to the main campus 6 years ago. And he's now head of school, but he was working at a local charter school here in the Lake Norman area. And, we were teaching him how to do a data dive. I think I was teaching this level course to the masters and postmasters, but teaching them how to do gap analysis and data dive. And we were diving into their test scores. And he said, we don't have any score gaps. I said, I beg your pardon. Let's do the drill down in your reported scores. I said, look at this. The longer the kids are at your place, the dumber they get. All these fours become threes. They're just being warehoused. Yeah, they are all above grade level. I mean, they all pass. Their threes are above. But this is about, in your charter school, you won't take anybody that's not above grade level because it's a charter school. But you're not doing anything with them. But now he is head of school and he's trying to do something, and that school is. He understands, and I won't attribute it to me or anything I did, but they're doing a really good job there because he understood that it was about who they were getting, and they were controlling who they were getting as a charter school. It wasn't about what they were doing with them. And so Andrew has really taken it upon himself to try to improve that school and make it an experience where they're just not being warehoused. But again, comparative accountability is about who you get, not about what you do with them. But we want it that way. That's, it's not like we don't know that. But if we reported what we did with them, the report card would look much different, and we could not stand that socially. That would not make parents happy. You know, just like I had to try to explain to my brother-in-law, the idiot, that his son at the charter school was just being warehoused. He wasn't learning anything. He didn't want to hear that, and so when he went to Chapel Hill, it didn't go as well as he'd hoped it would. He didn't know how to compete, didn't know how to study, didn't know how to work. And so, you know, but he did get through after 6 years and plus summers. He did finally get through with some degree. I'm not sure what it was, but it certainly wasn't in pre-med, and he's not in med school. He didn't know how to compete. He was warehoused for 4 years and didn't learn anything. They just depended on him being a very smart kid when he showed up. That's the sad but true tale, but that's the political reality that we don't want to, you know, we just want to eat breakfast. We don't want to know how the sausage was made. And so that's what comparative accountability is all about. That's a great example, Dick. All right, next.
I want to talk maybe go the sports route with analytics and stuff coming into sports, baseball, football, even basketball, and that's determining who is not a good ball player and how it should go. And I think sometimes it's skewed because somebody who has all these great numbers, and then all of a sudden they get to another system or another team where that doesn't work and those numbers go down, but they've been deemed so great because of skewed analytics. So that, to me, that's what kind of jumped out to me.
Oh, don't get me started on sports. That'll be a rant. Again, one of the things that we put too much emphasis on is to Reggie's point is if I'm playing on a great team, my numbers are going to be better than if I'm not playing on a great team. But we talk about quarterbacks winning Super Bowls as if they're the only person on the team. And we report statistics that support that narrative when the truth of the matter is, if you're on a poor team, your numbers are not going to be as good as if you're on a better team. But we don't want to report that. It doesn't fit our narrative. LeBron's a great player, but when he was on that last Cleveland team, they couldn't play dead. He didn't have anybody around him. And when he went to the Lakers, of course, he got hurt the first year that he was there, but he didn't have a team around him. But when he got some players, if you got players, you can play. And the numbers are skewed. As I explained to my wife, who's trying to learn more about the intricacies of football, when you get to the playoffs, you're not playing the Sisters of the Mercy now. You're playing people. I'm a big LeBron fan, by the way. But all of his detractors that claim that he's not Jordan. Jordan won, but Jordan didn't win anything. His first 6 years in the league, 5 years until he got some players around him. He got Pippen and Rodman and Pat, some guys that could shoot from outside, Carr and all, that couldn't just focus on him. Until he got a team around him, he couldn't win either. Bron is he gets unfairly judged. He got him there, but he took teams that that nobody could have got to the playoffs and got to the finals with. And so we gauge individuals on group data, and that's a misuse. Again, that's a misuse of data. So that's what that is that we attribute good and bad group data to an individual and vice versa. Now, one of the things that Sabermetrics attempts to do, and it spoke to in the Super Crunchers book, Moneyball, which is, Sabermetrics is what Billy Bean uses, Bill James. The whole notion of Sabermetrics is to try to look at that individual in the context not of the kind of team, but what they can do. And so the people who do that and understand and can measure somebody more effectively use metrics rather than just use the eye test of scouts have tended to do better in the last generation in baseball. Yeah, and so you know, you have to be wary of, we're trying to attribute group data to an individual or an individual and vice versa. You've got to understand the context. And so these people try to set a narrative, and then they look for data. Skip Bayless is the worst I've ever seen. He has his narrative, and he goes and finds individual little data points. You know, what was it, 2 years ago, the Cowboys, the greatest offense ever. They won 8 games and lost 8 games. How can they be the greatest offense ever? Well, he picked and chooses, you know, that's what we're talking about. The sports analogy is cherry picking your data, not true randomization. You're stratifying. Stratifying is cherry picking. You pick the things that you want and you ignore the things that you don't want. And that's what sports does to fit their narrative. Good and bad, you know, the LeBron lovers cherry pick certain data and the haters cherry pick other data. But what we have to do as researchers and data people is look at the whole, true randomization. We look at all of it. We don't stratify, then look like WBTV and picking their top 10 every week. They manipulated, you know, the state manipulates and stratifies, and they were picking that they were claiming that these are the best 10 teams in the area. No, they weren't. Half the teams on that list, you know, didn't know which end zone to go to. But they played in the league, the little boy league. If you put them in the big boy league, it would be literally the Christians and the Lions. But that doesn't make, that's not the reality. We've manipulated the data. And so in sports, just like with Tiger Woods, we cherry pick, or we use a reporting system that cherry picks the data. And that's throughout the world of sports, is we don't look at things in totality. We set our narrative, and that's what people tune into these sports radio talk shows, watch TV for all these hot takes and opinions. The problem with that is this. You know, I know a little about numbers, and I know enough not to be a gambler. The problem with it is people, all this stuff is designed eventually to get you to bet on games. That's what it's all about, is gambling on games. And you think you know enough and that you're smart enough and that you understand, but you're not getting the total numbers on the games. You don't know enough. Nobody does to gamble on games. What is it? The very best gamblers only, 55% win rate, the very best ones. And they have data that you don't have. But all of that sports talk radio and these TV shows is designed to separate you from your money. That's the whole notion here. And so they have narratives, but they cherry pick their data. And if you listen to these people on TV and on the radio, you'll lose your house again, because they're not giving you a representative sample of the data. They're cherry picking. Excellent example. Let me go back. What did Angie say here? Tom Brady gets too much credit. He does. He couldn't bust a window pane now. I mean, I can throw it further than he can, and I can only throw underhanded now after shoulder surgery, and I can throw it as far as he can. But he's playing on a team that's a monster team this year on defense. Defense travels in the playoffs, folks. That's one of the truisms of football. They just, the defense won that game last week. If it'd been up to him, they'd have got blown out. But the defense played, and 4 turnovers on defense. I mean, they were on them. It was, that defensive effort was just great. Defense won that game. He just, he was along for the ride. He was the pigtailer last week. But he chose wisely. When he became a free agent, he knew that the cupboard was bare in New England. And he chose wisely a team that he knew that had a defense that was just a monster. And he doesn't have to win games, just don't lose games. How many turnovers did he have? That would be 0. Just don't, just don't wet your pants and everything will be good. That's what he did last week. All right, next.
So I was thinking about, I'm sorry, Wayne. I was thinking about a couple things actually. So corporate awards. So we always get like the great place to work, great place for working mothers, great, all those different things that you see attached to all these companies. But the data that's collected has nothing to do with the actual employees and what they feel. It's a lot of check the box. Do you offer benefits? Do you offer maternity leave? Do you offer, it's really based on those things. It's not based on actual employee.
It has no basis in reality.
Exactly.
Exactly. It's
and
contrived. Again, it's a narrative that's not supported in the data.
Mm-hmm. And as well as like the culture surveys that companies do, because I mean, I'm not going to say it's been proven, but at least from the analysis that I've done in previous roles, high performers always respond to culture surveys because they love the money they make, they love the job they're in, they love everything. But your low performers or your middle of the road performers don't respond, so you never get a good idea of really how people feel about the company, and you're just basing everything on high performers and all the great things that they say about the company and what they love about their job. So it's never a real perspective of the company.
All right, two factors are working here that we've talked about this morning: population and sample. The people who respond to surveys are a different group than the people who don't. Shanae is exactly right. They are a different group. They are not the same group. They are a different sample of the population. Let me say that again. People who respond to surveys are a different group. They are a different sample. They have different characteristics. They are generally people who are the happiest and recognized as the highest performers. So just like student opinion of instruction, colleges do that. They survey their students. Guess which students respond? The ones that make the A's. That's who responds. And so when we ask a series of questions that are basically on how you feel, the data comes out really good. We look like we're burning it up over here, but we're only getting that population, who generally is a minority of the, they're the smaller of the groups, and we're basing our we've dislocated our shoulder trying to pat ourselves on the back over data that was outlier data. It was the tail of the curve. It wasn't the bulk in the middle of the people. It was, only people that ever respond are the people that are really mad or really happy. That's what you get, especially on opinion surveys, culture surveys. And so Gardner-Webb was using basically a culture survey, or how well you like things, as their student opinion instruction. So Dr. Hamilton and I responded to a post this week, worked with the director or the vice president of institutional effectiveness, Dr. Tubbs. We worked with him to redesign the student opinion of instruction. And it was based on what instructors do. Did they grade your work in a timely manner? Did they build out their Blackboard shell? Those kinds of things, specific activities that they did. Guess what happened to the SOI scores? They went down. And so we're not going to report them this year for the first time ever, because they didn't go well. Because we didn't ask, we didn't do the American Bandstand, grading system. If you remember the old show, American Bandstand with Dick Clark, and they'd ask the kids about the songs that they'd played, new records, they said, I liked it because it had a good beat and it was easy to dance to. you know. And so we didn't use that system anymore. We asked specific questions. I don't know if you noticed, if you got it last semester, about what the instructor did or didn't do. Then all of a sudden, to Shernay's point, we got people we got a lot bigger response than just the people who were happy. We got many more people. We brought them in and got there, and it wasn't based on I liked it because I made an A in the course. It was what did the instructor do or not do, and boy, we didn't like that. We didn't like the results of that. You know, as I said, I'll tell the story today. We stopped preaching, and now we were meddling. We've gone too far. And see, that's one of the things that you can do with data is you can go too far. You can tell too much truth. So my wife worked at Table Rock, one of our stops. And she had a girl that worked with her. Her name was Ramona. Ramona was so far back up in the mountains, out in the sticks, that even the Presbyterians handled snakes. I mean, it was dirt road kind of place. And Ramona told the story. They got a new preacher, the Pentecostal church. They got a new preacher. And he came in, his first sermon, man, they were just amening him up and down. What we're going to do and not going to do, and we're going to follow the Lord. And we're going to do all these things. And boy, he had the amen chorus going until he said, "We're going to quit making and drinking that white liquor." A hush fell over the crowd. Not a peep. And he's looking around, where's that amen chorus now? And the chairman of the deacons stood up and said, "Preacher, you stopped preaching and now you meddling." The data went too far. It told too much truth. It hit too close to home. And so what happened with the SOIs at Gardner-Webb is we stopped preaching and started meddling. When we asked about specific behaviors of instructors and got the feedback, it was too much information. And to Shernay's point this morning, the part that we got to take away from that is this: the people who respond to surveys are a different sample of the population than those who don't. And we can't make decisions or base our rewards or our values on just that group. We've got to find a way to bring everybody in under the tent and get everybody's opinion and data. And the reason we don't do that is not because we don't know how. It's because we don't want to hear from them. That's a form of suppression. And we've suppressed their opinion through the methodology that we use to collect the data. And that's another trick. Just like voter suppression, we make you stand in line for hours out in the rain or cold. You still can, but we've made it so hard. Well, we do the same thing in data collection. We don't want your opinion because it might be different than the narrative that we have. And it might change the power structure within the organization, or might make us change our behavior in the organization. So we don't want that part. So most of the time when you have suppression, which speaks to reliability and validity, by the way, most of the time when we have that suppression, it's not unintentional, it's intentional. We don't want to know that. And that's, to Shernay's example, we don't want to hear from those people because they have an alternative view. Brad had a good point in one of his posts this week. Brad, you got something you want? Did somebody else have something? Let's see. Wayne, did you have something?
Oh yeah, I was just going to mention something about our community college. We have to do these what was it called? Universal competencies, and report that to SACS every so often, and so we have to review the data. And what was interesting to me is instructors do this for every student. We have to determine if they were proficient or not, but it's not based necessarily on their overall grades. It's based on, it almost seems, perception of how they improve through time. So it's subjective in that end. And then when we sat in the committee to talk about it, we're comparing classes like what I teach biology to psychology to English, and those are very different populations. And in addition to that, I teach majors biology, but a lot of times advising puts non-majors in my class.
Right.
You need non-majors. So we're trying to compare, in my opinion, apples to oranges on subjective data, and it's still just surveying what we think. And then if you have instructors who just, kind of get through it, they just click a bunch of 5s and call it a day, and it doesn't seem like real data to me. And I brought that
It
up,
is
but
not.
we're just getting it done to get it done to write the report.
Yeah, it's anecdotal. It's not. It's anecdotal information. It's not actually data. That one of the things that's exactly right, Wayne. Wayne's example is when we intentionally use anecdotal information and cloak it or disguise it or advocate that it's actual real data. It's not. It's just anecdotal information. And in the public school business, the data that comes out of kindergarten, first and second, M-class or double data, guess what happened when we stopped allowing teachers to put their opinion of their own students and we had somebody else come in and assess their students? Not nearly as good as the teachers themselves, their perceptions, because their perception is not, they may perceive, how they perceive a child and how they report that is two completely different things. Because the perception and self-report, remember, what's the least reliable form of data? Self-report. I don't report things that might reflect badly on me. And so again, that goes back to that anecdote. It's not real data. You're right, it's not real data. But we've disguised it as data. Now we could actually devise metrics, and this is back to our first case study. We could actually devise metrics that would show how effective we really are. But now again, we stopped preaching and started meddling. We don't really want to know that because it would not be good. And it might portend or force us to make different decisions or act differently than we are now. And we don't want to do that. So we manipulate anecdotal information and claim it's data. And we win, touchdown, we go home. That's big in organizations, big, where we take anecdotal information, dress it up as data, and make decisions based on that. That's another one of those things that, along with what Shernay was talking about, is that's another method that we get what we want. We control our narrative. That's how we do it as well. We create fake or false or faux, whatever term, measures of effectiveness and count that as data when it's simply anecdotal. It's the same as watching the bird drink water and thinking that's what makes them fly. It's just that level of stupidity. I wonder why more organizations don't have me come in and talk to them. I'm working with one right now, and I told them when we started, I said, you get what you pay for, which is nothing. I don't charge. And there's a reason why I don't. That allows me to tell the truth or what the data says. Some people like that. Most people don't. They don't want to hear that. Just what Wayne just was talking about. They don't want to hear that. That doesn't fit our narrative. All right, next. We got about 6 more minutes on this section, and then we'll move on.
I think a lot of the example that I want to use are cell phone companies and internet companies. They all talk about how they're the fastest or they have the best data. Of course, they want you to buy their product.
Yeah.
So it's not, of course, they're going to share their best data to get more customers. It's not necessarily true how good their data is or how fast their plan is.
Yeah. again, they're telling you all this stuff, but down at the bottom of the screen, there's that little fine print that says basically everything that Lily's telling you in that AT&T commercial is not true, or that fellow that's now with Verizon, what they're telling you is not true. It's based on this metric that we've created ourselves. It's not an industry standard. It's how we calculate, and it's our own metric that we've devised ourselves. It's not an industry standard. And that's another thing in data. When you're looking for the efficacy of data, is it good, bad, or look at the metric. Is it an industry like SAE? Society of Automotive Engineers, is somebody like that set the standard for the viscosity or the thickness of oil? Something that, random and abstract this morning. But we even have a measure of how thick oil is. And we have a group, Society of Automotive Engineers, who has set that standard. That's the metric to gauge the thickness of motor oil. But how is it we can do something that mundane and arcane, but we can't come up with generally accepted metrics for things like cell phones? Because we don't want to. We could, but we couldn't all claim to be the winner then. And so, Selena's example this morning is when we there are accepted metrics, but we don't accept them because we can't win under those, fairly that level playing field. And that's what metrics seem to do. That goes back to Vic's example. Growth accountability would level the playing field. It'd be about what you do with them, not about who you get. We don't want to do that. That we lose our advantage when we do that. We lose our narrative when we do that. It goes back again to one of the overarching themes. Because we know better doesn't mean that we'll do better if it doesn't fit our narrative. Every piece of data that you consume, you should be suspicious of. Every piece of data, because every piece of data, whether you realize it or not, shapes your perception and shapes the choices that you make as an individual consumer of data, but as a corporate consumer, as a leader in corporate America, whatever the corporation is. All that data that you consume, either formally or informally, shapes the decisions that you make. And you should be suspicious of all pieces of data that you are bombarded with. To Selena's point is you're number one in this based on what metric? Well, our own metric. Not some independent group metric. That's the way that works. All right, time for one more.
Well, kind of along that same line, there for a while, especially me and my father, we were big on reading the consumer reports. To make a purchase, whether it be a car or an appliance or something like that, we looked in the consumer reports to see what they said about that particular brand or.
An independent reporting agency. We used to depend upon our government to do that. We can't do that. So we have to have some outside agency now, or an agency that we have confidence or trust in. Consumer Reports is one of those that does that. Now, one of the problems with Consumer Reports is advertising. Who pays the bills? Does that influence the decisions that they make? And you have to have confidence that whether it does or doesn't. The consumer reports that you should have confidence in are the ones that you have to pay for that don't accept advertising dollars. If they accept advertising dollars, then they're going to by the very nature of that be biased. But there are consumer reporting agencies out there that don't accept advertising dollars. Those are the ones that you would consider to be the most reliable, the most trustworthy, the most unbiased. But again, it's according to who's paying the bills. If you're a subscriber to, you have to subscribe to the ones, and you have to pay a monthly fee for the ones that are independent of advertisers. But yes, that is a way to consume your data, is that, you know, that it is free of bias. And again, the bias part in that is, do they accept advertising dollars? If they do, by virtue of that, they are biased one way or the other. But that's a great example of bias, and trying to consume information from sources that are not biased. All right, so now let's go back and look and see where we are this morning. I want to spend a few minutes on the consultancy shell. I think that's the next thing. Let me check my chat here. Okay. All right, so looking at our daily schedule, yeah, we're right where we need to be here. I only want to spend 15 minutes on this, our clinical shell. You know that when you signed up for 738, you have our class shell. There's a 739 shell. We don't use that when we use the clinical shell. So you should have, and if you don't, I'll have to get Dr. Hamilton to work with the Blackboard people. They were supposed to add you to the shell. You should be in my clinical shell. If not, I need to know that. And I would add you if I could, but it for some reason it's not working that way. I'll try it again this morning. So if you go to Blackboard and under my courses, let's see, you should have this consultancy shell. The one that says DEOL Consultancy Project LAM. You should have that shell. If you don't, now I can try to add you. Let me see who I've got. Okay, Vic's in there. And so the on-campus section is in my shell already from last semester. I don't think I'm going to be able to add. Let me see if I can. I've got mine on. All right. So Angie, give me your Gardner Webb username.
A Martin 3.
AMAR3. See if we get a red line, or yeah, we get a red line. It won't let me add you. Dr. Hamilton was trying to get this worked out with the Blackboard people. I'll get you in there before we meet again if I have to go stand at Bob's desk, hit and drag Bob.
But I thought I seen my name. I thought I seen my name.
You are in here.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
I think it's just us that aren't in there because I don't see my name or anyone in my.
That's what I mean. I think it's.
So
but
Dr. Lamb,
it won't let me add you.
are we
So
supposed to be in yours and Dr. Hamilton's?
you're just supposed to be in mine. For this semester. Now, it may work out. They're the same. It may work out that he has to keep you in his. So if you've got his and you're with him, I think it'll collect that into the same place. That's what I said. I'll find out this week. I thought that they were going to try to move you over to mine, but if you're there and he wants you to stay there, that's fine. He was working that out with the Blackboard people. The shells are the same. So as long as you've got a consultancy shell, you should be good.
Okay, yeah, because we just had a meeting with him. We just had a meeting with him on Tuesday, going over the consultancy shell.
Yeah. So again, I guess that means that they're going to keep you in his, and so that's great. So you should have one. If you're in my group on campus, then you'll have mine, and if you're in Charlotte, I think you'll have his. I'm guessing they're going to try to keep it that way. We were going to migrate you over for this semester, but that's fine. It goes to the same place eventually. So the shells are the same. The only thing is I've added this little piece down at the bottom, potential consultancy topics. That's the only difference in them. And we'll talk about that more later. But as long as you got this shell, then I'm happy. And you know how you start with phase one and work through all of these things. And so if you've got a consultancy shell, whether it says Lamb or Hamilton, they're the same. And the data dumps in the same place. So that was the only thing. I want to make sure that you got this shell. You got one, and not just one of those blank ones that say 739. So if you've got mine or his, and you've got exactly the same one, and you know how to work through phase 1 and phase 2 and the documents that go with that. So I'm not going to spend a bunch of time on that this morning, as long as you've got it. Now, I have added this to my shell as well, and I've also got it in the class. Either place is fine. If you, when we talk about IRB after our break, when you complete your IRB certification, and a couple of you already have, it doesn't matter to me if you put it in this shell, I don't think Dr. Hamilton has that link in his, or you can put it in my class, as long as we have it. So for those of you in class with me this semester, it will be in your class shell. That IRB box will be there as well. So that's the only thing really that's specific to this course this semester in your consultancy shell, is make sure that you've done your IRB. If you're going to put it in class, or you can put it here, but there's a place for you to put your consultancy that you've done your IRB. And again, let me, I'll kind of tip off what we're going to do this afternoon. Please remember, in lieu of you having to go through the IRB process at Gardner Webb, you do this course. It's 17 modules, about 4 to 6 hours. You do this course, and it will save you months of work down the road going through all that approval system. So it is real. If you can do this, trust me, that 4 to 6 hours will save you 4 to 6 months. And so that's the important piece of this. Everything else is the same in the shell. Just make sure you follow the process. I've covered it with my group. Jeff's covered it with his, and so we should be good on the shell itself. All right, there shouldn't be anything on that. All right, so your qualitative and quantitative projects. We've talked about mixed methodology. At the end of this course, you should have a notion of the methodology of what data you want and how you're going to use it. And so I have this in our shell for today's lesson, and this is how I'm going to close this morning. As we move into talking about IRB and our qualitative and quantitative projects in our last session at noon today, here's kind of my synthesis of Collins. Now, I'm not a big, I'll disclaimer, not a big Collins fan. It's it's an oversimplification. It's basically, organizations for dummies. It takes 3 really big and complex conceptual frameworks and puts them in terms that lay people can understand. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But there's a lot more to it. So he's taken Hertzberg's theories of motivation, Getzell's and Google's social model, and Argyris's double loop theory, and he's kind of put it all together, and it's kind of symbolized by the bus metaphor. But it's a lot more complex than just getting the right people on the bus and getting them in the right seats. So now, good to great, I have synthesized this into these things. For me, good to great, this is what it means for organizational leaders. Start with the end in mind, just like with your consultancy product. What do you want to know? What do you hope to achieve? But when you're working as a leader in organizations, or when you're working as a leader of yourself in your consultancy project, start with the end in mind, give explicit how-to instruction, model desired behaviors. I can get up on the roof if you give me enough steps, but I'm not very likely just to get back, get a run and go and jump up there. We call that scaffolding in the business. Show examples, monitor and give feedback, be positive, recognize and reward. Those are all things that kind of summarize good to great, but they're good lessons for us when we're doing our consultancy project as well. And in terms of what behaviors we should be exemplifying when we're working or partnering with our organization. These are good rules of thumb, not only for organizational leaders, but most specifically to our point today. This is how you ought to be conducting yourself when you're partnering with an organization. These are the keys to a successful collaboration with the partnering organization as we move into talking about consultancy for our last session today. This is our overarching. People say, well, how do I interact with it? This is it. This is how you interact with that partnering organization. If you want to be successful and you want them, when they come to your final defense and say, yeah, we really enjoyed having Jonathan, this is how we go about that. This is a guide for our behavior.
On the consultancy project, looking at the class activities, the schedule, and some of the stuff that is posted in the course, like, for example, Milestone 6, and then the DEOL handbook, I kind of opened that up and went down to the bottom and found the milestones, which was kind of new information. The current consultancy shell doesn't mention any milestones.
Right.
And so I just wanted to run that by you and see if the handbook is still applicable.
It is until we get everybody through, Jonathan. That's a good point. If you follow the consultancy shell as I have taught y'all to do, you will achieve those milestones. And so the qualitative and quantitative projects together would satisfy milestone 6. So there's not an additional project for that. The problem is we took some people in off cycle and they're different places. Until we get everybody through that initially came in under that handbook, we still mention it. But no, y'all aren't really under that. You don't have to do a project that says milestone 6. You do your qualitative and quantitative, and you do your consultancy shell, and you're good. But the group right before you is still, some of them, they were given the option to either continue on the milestone process or move to consultancy. The group immediately before you.
Okay, so I like how that is built, because it kind of, like, this course assignment is going to meet a milestone, which is a project requirement. I guess next question is, does that proceed into future courses as well? So will we have assignments in future courses that meet the milestones like this course does?
Absolutely. It's all supposed to align so that we could make that transition. It wouldn't be that you had something additional to do or that they conflicted. It's supposed to align on the way through. Now, I made sure mine did. I'm hoping, hope's not a plan, but I'm hoping everybody else did the same thing they were supposed to. And I'm sure Jeff's monitoring that. And so you may not even hear about a milestone next semester. This is probably the last semester that I'll even have to mention, or I can take that out. But yes, they do align. So it's not double work. That is correct. He and I sat down and did that when we moved to this project management system of the consultancy to make it, again, less subjective and more objective kind of thing, and more measurable. And give better feedback. That was, some of the notions that Jeff had when he went to that system, when he did that. And so the last thing, that's a great question. So again, there's not a separate project, milestone 6, qualitative and quantitative are milestone 6. And so I'll probably drop that out of this shell, even mentioning milestones after this group is through. But we had some, quite honestly, we had a student that readmitted that was under the old process in this class this semester, and then she later dropped. If I'd known that, I probably wouldn't even include it in this one, but we did have a comebacker, Barb. And so that had been in a couple times from back during the milestone days. And so I did that to make sure I accommodated her, but it won't be extra work for y'all. Good question. All right, and then the last thing that I want to get before the break here is this from Dr. Schlechte. 10 critical qualities of student work, but it works with any students in terms of this should be one of the guiding, kind of the guiding overall thought process that you have about your consultancy. A product focus, clear and compelling standards, protection from adverse consequences for initial failures. And that's what I hope that you've understood, that especially those of you I've been working consultancy, that, don't rush into partnering. If your first one's probably going to end in divorce anyway, or not going to go well, affirmation, the significance of the performance, affiliation, novelty, and variety, choice, authenticity, organization of knowledge, content, and substance. Basically, this is kind of a checklist of making sure that you're meeting these things as you go, and for me to make sure that I'm meeting these things as we talk about consultancy. That we're focused on that final project, that outcome, that from the very beginning. You have clear and compelling standards, and that's the consultancy shell. There's no penalty if things don't go well. At the end, it's about what you learned anyway. We don't judge you on your final defense on how well your project went, but your participation and the process, not that you might have had to partner 2 or 3 different organizations, that's immaterial. It's the journey. The significance of the performance is about you, about what you've learned, and about how you've helped them. All these things is kind of an overarching theoretical basis of what we're trying to achieve in the consultancy. And if you read through that, some of you already know that, and some of you, it might be an aha moment. But we're having you do this work that's authentic. We're not having you do theoretical work. This is actually action research. This is how you go about doing action research. It is a project. It is student work. It's in real life. It's real time. It's really happening, but it is student work. And so these are the 10 critical qualities. This is what we want to try to do as us as an institution, me as an instructor, you as a student, and you as a professional in the field. This is all kind of our guiding principles that we have in this project. And so if you're wondering, why are we doing consultancy, or what's the point of this? This may help you with some clarity with that, because this is our guiding notion here when we're doing research. The idea of the DEOL program is in the first 4 classes, you get the majority of your content. My job is to get it, kind of shape it and get it some direction now. What have we learned? How do we use what we've learned? How do we now conduct research, investigation, inquiry? How do we consume data? How do we use it? How do we use the information, the knowledge we gain to shape ourselves as leaders going forward? Again, I told you, this is not a statistics course. It's a part of it, but it's much bigger and broader than that. You got 90% of the content in the first 4 courses, and then you get me, for good or for bad, that kind of puts some direction and some understanding and where we're going with it now. And then, I'm not interested if you've even started your consultancy until we get through this semester. And then the last 4 courses you will have is more about developing you as the leader. First half content, some direction in the middle, last half shaping you as the leader, how you're going to use all this information. And that's why consultancy is pivotal when we get here. This is when it starts to really kick in. Your consultancy starts to matter now. We'll put some methodology to it. What do I want to know? I've got all this information and knowledge I've gained from the first year or so, year and a half in the program. I've got get some direction to it. And now it's going to influence me not only as a consultant, but as a leader going forward. How do I grow and shape myself and my perceptions and my actions? All right, 5 minutes after 12, we will resume for the last, and we'll talk about IRB, institutional report review for the last hour today. We'll get into the site hopefully and get started on that. All right, welcome back. This afternoon session, our final session for the day that you have to listen through, is on institutional review boards. I'm sure that many of you know about what an IRB is and the common rule. And so we have got an understanding or reached an agreement with the graduate school and the grad council at Gardner-Webb under the common rule that we'll talk about in just a minute, that you folks will not have to go through even the full or partial review. If you take the IRB test and get the certification, get your certificate, you won't have to go through all of that. So I'm going to spend a few minutes going through this PowerPoint, and then we will actually go to the website. And those of you who've already been, you're going to probably need to help me, since I can't see exactly what y'all see when you sign in as a faculty. But I'm going to try to lead us in and make sure that using your Gardner-Webb username and password for email, that we can get everybody in so they can take the test, that they're go through the certification process at their leisure. So I'll go ahead and share my screen. And this is the PowerPoint that is in today's lesson, and it's chapter 2 from Royce that we will cover last, but it gives us an overview of why we're doing IRB. Federal mandate in the 70s, unethical research, objectives, methodology, and protocols. A lot of the things that we've talked about this morning, the IRB says that universities are not supposed to do this. Now I know that there are still places that do public institutions like colleges are not supposed to do unethical things, but they still do. To Wayne's example this morning, we're dressing up anecdotal information as data. That truly is a violation of IRB on data collection, but I'm guessing that they have come to some accommodation as to the justification for doing that. In the business, and pardon my language before I say, in the business, we call that racing stripes on a turd. You can paint racing stripes on a turd, but it's still just a turd. It ain't a race car. And so what we're really good at doing, especially governmental institutions, is we try to dress up anecdotal as actual data and make decisions and evaluations off of things that are just anecdotal. And according to IRB, we're not supposed to do that. That's an unethical thing to do. And so colleges are supposed to come under those constraints. And so research projects are supposed to be reviewed. Well, common rule, we're going to get to it in just a minute, says that there are some exceptions. And so we've applied and got an exception, but the backside is you've got to take the certification and pass it. All right, some harmful research, Nazi experiments, Tuskegee, everybody knows about that those were harmful or flagrant examples of abuse of participants in research. The Belmont report, and that's the first module that you'll be in, is about maximizing good outcomes while minimizing risk, respecting autonomy and treating all persons with courtesy and respect, allowing them, non-exploitative to be volunteers and to opt out at any time, that we use reasonable, exploitative, non-exploitative, and well-considered procedures administered fairly. That would speak to reliability. That we did the right things the same way every time. They have to be volunteers, can't be coerced, competent to understand choices, consent forms, sufficient information about the risk and benefits of participation. To one of the things that Shernay was talking about, the other side of we collect data from people we want to hear from and don't from others is we make sure that we punish people if we can, that give us bad information so they'll quit, that don't follow the party line. One of the things that I hear all the time about in the school business in North Carolina, we use a teacher working condition survey, not because we want to, but because the federal government mandates that we do. In South Carolina, they use Cognia or Advanced Ed survey to get opinion of teachers in all these different areas. And some teachers believe that we know who answered what, that we're able to track it because they log in. We absolutely can. We know exactly who gave us the bad information. And we don't go to them and say, we know you gave us bad information. We just make sure that we take care of that. We can do it in other ways. And so there is, Belmont report says that you're supposed to be free of coercion one way or the other, or punishment or retribution or reprisal, because that is a big part of it. Consent forms, you can opt out at any time. Sufficient information about the risk of benefits. A lot of that has to do with evidence-based medicine. Clinical trials, who gets, the actual vaccine or who actually gets the treatment and who gets the sugar pill kind of thing. The ethics of research, risk and benefits. One of the things about clinical trials is that, it's high risk, but everybody gets the treatment there. A late buddy of mine with cancer, he was in a clinical trial at Chapel Hill where he was getting experimental treatment just prior to his death, and knew that the risk is that it might prolong his life. There was potential that it could help him, but also the potential is that if it didn't help, he'd probably die sooner. He was going to die. He had terminal cancer, stage 4. And he understood the risk and decided to do it. I've known other people who decided not to. But that was the risk that you take. But you need to be informed about that. You need to understand that you're taking a risk and that there's a price. There is potential that it could benefit you, but there also is the potential that instead of having 8 months to live, you have 8 weeks. That's the trade-off you have to make, for a miracle cure here. And again, it goes back to probability, but you need to be informed about all of that. No harm, protection of sensitive information, personal information. And so, we have FERPA rules that go along with that. That's federal privacy that most specifically applies to student data at any level, especially if they're in identified programs like EC and those kinds of things, how we have to handle their data and make sure that they have confidentiality. When I'm working with students on the public school side, one of the things that I tell them is don't get involved with exceptional children. If you're doing a PLC to try to improve performance, don't pick the subgroup of exceptional children. And they will, but I'm an EC, doesn't matter. Don't pick them. There's too many rules and regulations, and the opportunity to divulge sensitive information is too great for them. And that's monitored very carefully. We don't monitor regular students nearly as much as we do the federal compliance. We hire people to do that in exceptional children because that's a federal program. And so I always advise them, don't get started with them. It's going to be, there's too much risk to be involved with them. Confidentiality, anonymous responses if possible. And it says if possible. Now, when we do, even using Qualtrics, we do single user. And so we know who's used and who hasn't used that, and just like with TWC. It can't be anonymous because we have to know who did. Otherwise, we might have one person go to the website and fill out 75, working condition surveys. So it can't be anonymous. It's confidential. It's supposed to that we have to be able to know who filled out the survey or who gave us data. But there's a difference between anonymous and confidential. Anonymous means we don't know. Well, that leads to abuse. Now, we can do that like if we pass out a paper survey and who turns theirs in and who doesn't. we could do it that way. We could do it in a double blind. But when we're doing online and we're going to a link to, you have to have a unique, single user sign in. And so we have to know so that one person doesn't go in 50 times. And so teacher working condition survey and the Cognia or advanced ed, they are not anonymous. They're confidential. In theory, in practice, not so much. Common rule that sets some guidelines that exempts research studies from colleges, and this is where we are. Normal educational practices, these are exempt. Collection or study of existing publicly available data, evaluation of the public benefit of service programs. And so we have argued successfully that you're doing a collection or study of existing publicly available data or data that's available to a specific organization, that there's little or no risk of violation of confidentiality or sensitive information. And then there is no exemption for these. And then there's a modified where you have to do a partial. But we've come to an accommodation that if you pass again, CITI or IRB certification, you will not have to do all the paperwork and do 6 to 8 months of answering questions and go through that entire review process that you would have to normally. So very important that you pass this CITI and get your certification. Research with special population, children, all these things, got to have parental consent. And EC has another level of consent, and that's why I tell my folks don't work with them. You can't assume consent working with EC. You have to go get individual, and it has to, and that's going to be an issue for every child. So don't get started with them. It's a train to nowhere. Diverse cultures and groups, must be culturally sensitive and not denigrating. Can't exclude minorities without cause. Translation of all consent forms and data has to be in their native language, can lead to ethical dilemmas. So all these guidelines must be met. Ethical boundaries. Action research, and that's us, implies findings should be directly beneficial to the population being studied, to the organization itself. We're not trying to, remember, we're not trying to generalize our findings beyond the partnering organization. This is not a dissertation. People ask me all the time, what's the difference between consultancy and dissertation? This is it. This is it. You do everything that, you do a literature review, but you are only working specifically with that organization. All right, and that's where I want to stop and pause and talk about that. Unfortunately, the majority of times when organizations hire consultants, one of two reasons. They know what the problem is, but they're hoping the consultant will tell them something else because they don't want to tackle that problem. It's sensitive in some political way, and they don't want to tackle it. So they're hoping the consultant will tell them something else. Or they know what the problem is, and they don't want to be the bearer of bad news. You know how that is. We shoot the message. They want somebody else to come in and give the bad news, and that would be you. So those are generally the two reasons why we hire a consultant. And when we go in and do a consultancy, we're working only with that group. We're not supposed to do what most scoundrel consultants do and tell them the standard answer is just about marketing. You're the best kept secret in the world. If more people knew about you, it'd solve all your problems. That's why you're not getting enough clients or customers or students or whatever. Well, that's just, that's hoping. We don't do that. What we do is we try to customize the solution to the partnering organization we're working with. And we're not trying to generalize our findings beyond anybody but that organization. It is a convenience sample. It is not random. It's just them. We're not tailoring a solution that will work in every organization of that ilk, only that one. That's the difference. When we do a dissertation, we have to speak from sample that we use to a larger population, and we're trying to generalize our findings from a sample to a population. We're not doing that in consultancy. We're saying this will work for you and only for you. This is your problem. This is the solution, and it will work for only you. Now back to the original. We know what to do, but we'll do anything but what we need to do because it's not politically, it's a loser. We call it, it's political suicide. Or, we know, but we want somebody to actually tell them that's not us. And so that's why you've heard me say, and I will continue to say, do not be the person that implements the plan. Either way, it's not going to go well for you. Either the plan that you have doesn't fit their problem because they don't want to acknowledge their problem, or it gores somebody's ox. You don't want to be the person that implements the plan. That's somebody else. Your job as the consultant is to identify, collect data, and identify, find a problem. I want to know the answer to this question. My research question, hypothesize, collect that data, analyze it, and give them the results and get you check and leave. That's what you want to do as a consultant. Now, there are people who come out, companies who come out and implement these things, and see the reason why they get a free pass, that somebody doesn't, come burn their house down or bomb their car is, they're not the one that brought the message. They're just, they're seen as the people who are here to help. You'll always be the one that brought the message. You will always be hated. You have to be able to separate those two. So if you want to be the person that comes and implements the plan, that's fine. If you want to get into that role of consultancy. But if you're the consultant that identifies the problem and writes up the solution, you don't want to be the one that then goes and implements that solution. There's got to be a break between those two. And there's an ethical piece to that as well, and that's why I'm bringing this up. We tend to find the problems that we have solutions for. We call that a solution hunting a problem. This is what I'm selling over here. So guess what? I found that's your problem. And guess what? Have I got a deal for you? It's amazing. I just happen to be the person that sells this as well, or does this fix. It's amazing how that works. What a coincidence. You had the problem, but I have the solution for it. And even if we try not to, the bias that we bring, just the bias that we bring, we're going to find that solution when we're trying to identify the problem. And so I implore you, you can do one or the other, but don't do both. You can be the people who find the problem and design a system to deal with the problem, or you can be the person who implements the solution. But don't be both. That's just unethical. That never goes well. Reggie won't remember one of our superintendents a long time ago that brought Avid to the district, because that was the solution to all of our problems, although it only fit about 30% of the schools. That he was the solution hunting the problem. You have to understand, he was from the home where it was developed, and he had financial interest in that. He owned a big part of the actual Avid company. And so guess what the solution to all of our problems was? It was Avid. And so that's the kind of things that happen. Can't be both. You can't both identify and do that. Not ethically. Not if we follow the IRB rules. And so that's why have implored you Don't get involved too early with these organizations, because if you identify the problem early on, they'll want you for free to take the beating of trying to put the solution in. You're the bad guy already, and we'll just ride that horse until it dies. We'll let you take all of the anger and blame. And so the ethical piece of consulting is, and what we should take from our RB is, be honest, be ethical, protect participants, and our own behavior should be guided by ethics. We'll find what's there. We won't tell you what you want to hear. We won't cloak anecdotal information as data and try to sell you a bill of goods. We won't be the person that puts the solution in, because that's unethical. But what we're trying to do is help you to identify your problem. For example, with Jim, we have a problem at Gardner Webb with lack of leadership studies. He wants to create a center for leadership excellence. Jim should not be the one that actually implements that and runs that. I mean, that can't be, because that's operating under self-interest. I mean, that's the kind of thing that we're talking about. All right, now, okay, we've got a few minutes here. I want to, let the data tell the story. That's exactly right. So I want to spend a few minutes here and let you kind of digest this and questions you might have for me about ethical concerns that you might have in consulting. You're going to go through this. Some of you've already been through this. What ethical concerns do you have, or situations where you think you might be put into an issue, or people asking you to find what they want you to find? Anybody have anything that they're concerned about at this point in their consultancy about the ethical piece of consultancy? All right, so now what I want us to do, let me go back to the screen share. Is under class session, Saturday Zoom session 1, today's session, I have a link to IRB right here. If you'll follow me in and click on that link. All right, and so you'll need to register, and once you register, you log in. Now, to register, you use you enter your Gardner Webb University, and it will find it. I agree to the terms of service. And then, let me move some of this stuff out of the way. No. I agree to terms of service of Gardner Webb. I'm an affiliate. Okay, there it is. It didn't pop up the first time when I did that. All right, then it will continue to create your username and password. Use your Gardner Webb email address and password. Use your first and last name, Gardner Webb email address, and all that. And then I don't know what step 3 is going to be. And that one didn't work. There we go. Use your username and use your Gardner Web handle and what your username is for Gardner Web, and then your secondary, and then continue to step 3. And so I'm already in the system. That's why I told you to stop me. So now I will go back in and just log in this time. And when you log in using your Gardner Web username, says I've been a member for 9 years, and I complete the same course every time. All right, and so is anybody having trouble getting in or having a problem so far? Are we good? I'll take that as everybody's good so far. All right, so when you get signed in, it'll have Gardner Web University right here, view courses. At some point, it's going to ask you for your role, and you're a graduate researcher. If in the registration, it asks you for your role. And so this is the one we eventually want to get to. Graduate School of Education Research Investigators. Stage 1 basic course. As you can see, I took it the last time. I have to take it every 3 years as well. Last time I passed it was October 18th of 2019. So I'm about less than halfway through this cycle. And when you get here to this one, review course, this is what's important. The modules, as I said, the first one should be the Belmont report. And there are 17 required modules, as you can see. Studies and research, history, assessing risk. And then there are 3 optional. You do not have to do those. Now, each of these, you must pass them with a minimum proficiency score of, if there's 4 questions, you got to get 3. If there's 5 questions, you got to get 4. As you can see, I only scored 94% my last time because I just went through and took the test. You need to read the information in order to answer the questions. Again, it'll take between 4 and 6 hours, according to how tired your lips get reading or your finger, like with me. And yeah, it's according to how fast you read and comprehend the information. But you got to take a little test. At the end of each one of these modules, you have to take a test. And you've got to get either 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5, according to how many test questions there are. I would not advise, if you have not ever been through an IRB, I would not advise going and simply skipping to the test. I would read the information. Otherwise, you'll be in there forever. You won't have to go back and try to read that stuff. Just go ahead and read it from the very beginning. When you pass all of these, what will happen is you will get loaded, blocking my view at the bottom of my screen. You will get this. Completion report, coursework requirements. You will only get this if you pass. You can see how many times I've taken it over the years. And that's what we want. And mine, I'm good through October 17th of 2022. And the average minimum passing is 85, and I did 94, so I'm good. So that's what we want. All right. Questions you have for me on IRB? All right. Now, my assumption is, correctly or incorrectly, my assumption is that you all now know how to go in and get to your IRB and know what is required of you. You won't turn anyone in for health professionals. That you'll get me the one for grad school investigators. Some of you've already done it, like Stacia. She and I've been working for a while on hers. She's already done it, but we just I gotta have that. I would like to have it by about midterm, if possible, before we start kind of finalizing your research project. I would like to have this because it does influence your methodology, as you can see. How am I going to collect this data? Well, I just can't get people in the room and start asking them questions. That might be a little uncomfortable, especially if it's personal demographic information. So this will influence your methodology. So, the second half of the course, when we start digging deep into, all right, what are we going to do now? What's your plan here, hero? You need to have passed this so that you know the rules that we're going to operate under going forward. So that it's very influential in our methodology, that we understand the difference between confidentiality and anonymity, and that we try not to do too much focus group work because of that, especially on things that are demographic in nature. And so the question is how do we know? So when you get through, just like I did, you go back to that section where you can view and share. You can print this. It'll download it as a PDF. And what you do, share a screen, is you go back to where we were. I have a Dropbox right here for you to upload that PDF. Right in the place where you click to get in, there's a Dropbox right there for you to put that certificate in. And so I obviously have that linked to Grade Center. So if we go to Grade Center, don't kick me out. And so somewhere in this list.
You passed it about 4 screens back.
Yeah, I figured I did. There it is. Right there. If just like with Stacia, if you've already finished it, just go ahead and you've got a copy you download, just drop it in that box and I'll know who's got theirs done. If you put it in the consultancy shell, just drop it here and so I'll know. You get an extra 100 points for that as well. Just drop it in that box. Again, it's under class materials, Saturday Zoom session 1. There is a box right here for you to drop it in. All right. Good. We're 5 minutes ahead of the game. We're doing well. I think I owe you 5 minutes. All right. So your projects. Again, IRB has a really big influence on your projects, especially on your qualitative. Now, where it really affects your quantitative is that when you survey people, you need to make sure that you understand, that you inform them that their information will be held confidentially, not anonymously. We have to know who responded. There's a big difference. But now, when we start doing qualitative work, that's where it really kicks in. Now, unfortunately and fortunately, because of COVID, we're doing a lot more work online. And so you can do interviews. You can do your interviews online. I'm not a big focus group person because of confidentiality issues. If you're going to use them, make sure that you are not asking demographic, personal kind of questions. You can be asking about the efficacy of something that's going on at their organization, but avoid questions about individual people or supervisors. You know what I mean? You know, what did you learn, or what didn't you learn, or what was good or what was bad? But don't be asking questions like, well, what do you think of this, or their supervisory style? Did they tell you? You know, you got to be real careful about that in group settings. And that's one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of it. But there's some good that comes out of that. But now, when you're doing individual interviews, one of the good things about doing them online is you have a recording where you can sit and look at people and talk with them rather than sitting with your head down trying to take notes or listen to what they're doing. But you need to inform people, just like I think I informed you this morning. You heard me say, is my record button on? You'll hear me say that every time we get together, is my record button on? Now, that's a reminder for me. I have it set up automatically where I know my record button's on, unless I turned it off. When I set up my Zoom sessions, I set them up, and I'm allowed to do that as a pro account user. I set them up to automatically record on my home computer, on the computer, not to the cloud. I'm worried about confidentiality, so I record them. But one of the things that I make sure is I inform everybody when I go on Zoom is I'm recording. So when people say, well, I didn't say that, well, yeah, you did, or you wouldn't, you wouldn't spoke, but this is what you did, this is what you said. Now I informed you that I was recording this morning. So we'd have all the stupid things that I've said today, we'd have a record of posterity on those. But that's one of the things that you've got to do, that you're making sure is when you start your data collection, is that you inform people. Don't assume that they know that you're recording. You need to tell them. So let's look quickly at our quantitative project. And really, I like for you to do your quantitative work first, then do qualitative work, because a lot of the questions and the themes that you're going to get for your qualitative questions and comes from your quantitative work, your survey work. And so what we generally do is we survey, we look at that, and then we go and we talk with people about that. Convergent design is we kind of compare and contrast. Does our data match? And if we did things the right way, the ethical way, validity and reliable, valid and reliable ways, they should somewhat match. The problem is when we get into is when somebody else collected the quantitative and we come in and do the qualitative, and it doesn't tell the same story. Let me give you an example of that. I had a student in Cumberland County that was doing a dissertation. And her dissertation was on the efficacy or effectiveness of positive behavior intervention support. Now, those of you in the school business, K-12, know what PBIS is. It's actually a canned program that you have to buy. It's a disciplinary system of how you do process kids who misbehave in school. Well, the doctoral student came in after the implementation, the quantitative part of PBIS, where it was implemented, and collected data qualitatively by talking with people about how effective or efficacious PBIS is or was. I would say was. And here are some of the answers that people gave. I didn't know we had a PBIS program. They told us in the opening of the school workshop that workday that we were going to be a PBIS school, but we never did any training. I don't know what PBIS is. Is that something else from the State Department on school accountability? Is that I don't know what that test is. She interviewed about 40 people, which was roughly half the faculty of a large high school in Fayetteville. We were initially going to probably only do 10, but there was no, I mean, the interviews lasted 15 seconds. I don't know what that is. We didn't do it. How do you follow up on that? So we just kept on and on and on. And finally, I finally said, you just got to stop. Brittany, just got to stop. You know, you've talked to half the people there, and we've not got one person yet that has said that they know anything about PBIS or that they're doing it. Here's the problem. On the quantitative end, their suspensions had fallen, out of school suspensions had fallen 90%. And the public explanation for that, oh, we're doing PBIS now. That's why we aren't suspending kids. Kids are behaving now. No, kids were, tearing the building down the same as they always had it, 71st. We just weren't suspending them now. But we had to have an excuse. We had to have a cover. We had to have a beard. And so the quantitative that was collected by somebody else told one story, that we've turned this place around using PBIS. The qualitative data that we collected said, we don't even know what PBIS is. Not only are we not doing it, we can't even tell you what the acronym stands for. And so it was all a fraud. They were simply using the notion of PBIS to hide and justify not suspending kids because they were on the watch list for too many violent offenses and too many suspensions. They were in danger of being reconstituted. That means all the administrators lose their job and their license. They were on the verge of that, and so desperate times called for desperate measures. But what do you do as the researcher there? And so Brittany went to the PBIS coordinator and said, well, what's the deal? And she wrote her, this is wonderful. It's working great. It's not working at all. It's not that it's not working. It's not even been implemented. We don't know if it's going to work or not. We can't tell that. I'm over here, I'm the toast of the town now. I'm the PBIS coordinator at one of the roughest high schools in the state. And we've reduced suspensions by 90%. You think I'm going to go out and tell the truth? You think I'm that stupid? So that's what we're talking about here is in our convergent design. We want to be the people that collect the quantitative to see if the qualitative matches. When you get in trouble is when somebody else gathered that quantitative and then yours doesn't match. What do you do? Because now you're the bad guy. You're the one that brought the bad news. It's not nearly as bad if you're the one that identified the bad news and then confirmed it. But you don't want to be the bearer of bad news to tell people that, oh, by the way, it's this, let me give you the alternative view that things aren't as rosy as the data you collected. As Wayne suggested, that we created a data collection system for quantitative. We called it quantitative. That wasn't anything more than anecdotal, just dressed up as quantitative. Now somebody comes in and talks to people and we find out that's not the case. That's when they want to run the torches and the pitchforks come out. That's when that happens. So you want to be the person on both ends to get this data. Yes, sir.
Is it okay to use summary level data?
Meta-analysis data, where you summarize data from several sources, and we usually call that meta-analysis. There are times when we can do that. If it's from validated measures that are accepted through the industry, we can do that.
Well, I guess what I'm talking about is I'm not interested in individual level data when it comes to student success for my project. I'm interested in the overall course data.
Right.
What is the average grade of the course, not not looking at, race,
Yeah, yeah.
gender, things like that, just overall success.
Yeah, I mean, that's standard in our industry. In public education, even post-secondary, that's standard. We don't report an individual kid's grade ever. Yeah, that's how that is the industry standard in your business. So yes, that is perfectly acceptable. That is how it is reported. No, we can't, we can't take a class list of kids and go down it and say, look at Johnny, his scores, if his IQ was 2 points less, he'd be a stump. And that's kind of what, we have to avoid, has the IQ of a rope. We're looking for aggregate data in public schools, so that it's not identifiable, and we won't, that's why, certain subgroups we won't report, because we'd have to know who it is.
I think I taught a couple of them kids. Dr.
Yeah, I know. Johnny, you taught Johnny. Yeah. When we first started getting away from homogeneous grouping, I told you that story, bluebirds, robins, and buzzards, as we used to call the different groups. One of the first things I got was a call from the mama. She was just hysterical. Why is my kid in the dumb, in the dumb class? Well, ma'am, your kid's not the dumb class. Well, Johnny's in there, and everybody knows he's an idiot. That kind of a thing. Even though we might know certain things, we can't formalize it. So that's a great question, Jonathan. In all industries, there are reporting standards for confidentiality purposes. That's what IRB speaks to. And so that's the protocol that we would observe. So yes, it's absolutely, you're looking more at course averages and data than individual students. Absolutely, because that's the way it's reported for confidentiality.
It's going to be whatever gets dumped out of our, SIS system.
Right.
Now on an individual level, I may, on the qualitative side,
yes,
speak with instructors about
there you
how
go.
they change their practices.
There you go. That's exactly how you do that. That's what we're talking about. Quantitative is the hard numbers that's not attached to an individual, that we can, and then we will do the individual work on a qualitative basis, which is confidential. Absolutely. But we again, that's why I said, if you're in public school, don't work with EC kids. The rules are too tight. And sometimes even if we disclose publicly, information, we can identify who it is. You have to be careful. So it's just that's a rabbit hole you don't want to go down. But yes, that's the way you can do that. Is all the public stuff is quantitative, the private stuff is qualitative. That's a good rule of thumb. Very, very good, very good. So looking at our projects, the quantitative piece should come first, where we collect some survey data. And we don't when we tell people that this is going to be confidential, we're not going to make it identifiable to you individually. Now we have to know who's responding. It's not anonymous, but it's confidential. And you have to trust me that I will not divulge this, or I will not report it in a way that people will be able to guess who it is. And then when we do follow-up, that can be, again, I like to do interviews rather than group, because I can talk about private individual perceptions. I can talk about your performance individually. How did it go for you? We can talk about your data with you. What could you do to improve? The things that the big data brings us in, we can talk more specifically about that. This is what all of your colleagues are having this problem. Here's your data. You can do that. Can't do that in focus groups. You can't do that. Excuse me. And that's why I don't like them. We can't really drill down. We can't talk demographics about me. We can only talk, again, theoretical and big picture stuff. But in interviews, you can you can talk to people. You can get up close and personal then. And one of the things I like about the video is I'm old and slow. They can't catch me. They can catch me now to punch me. People can always opt out of the video, but sometimes you can have conversations that you might be hesitant to have in person. that shouldn't embolden you to say things you shouldn't, but you know, you can have those critical conversations when you do your qualitative. You can speak to their individual data. 40% of the kids in your class are passing. 60% aren't. And what you find, a lot of those kind of people, they see their role rather than teacher as gatekeeper. Yeah, IRB Dropbox, that's correct, Brad. So, so then we have to start talking about what is the function of the instructor in a course. If you have more kids failing than passing, is it do you believe that you have any role in their learning? Or do you have any responsibility in that? Just because you're pitching doesn't mean they're catching. What is the instructor's role in teaching? Is it just to throw out the content? And if they get it, fine. And if they don't, fine. We find that attitude pervades post-secondary education. Unfortunately, it's some in K-12, but mostly that notion is my job is just to throw the information out there. It's up to them to get it. Well, what if they need a different way of you throwing it out there? This is the way I teach. Their notes are so old, they turn yellow, look like they're written in Sanskrit. They read the same notes time after time. Not my fault. I did my part. Did you really do your part? I thought teaching was a shared endeavor. If they didn't get it, did you really do your part? Those are the kind of conversations you can engage in on the qualitative side. Great, Angie. Those are the kinds of things that you and pretty soon you begin to find that the issue is not just poor teaching. It's the notion of what teaching is and what that function is. That you've not really taught if students didn't learn. You just present it. We don't pay people to present. We pay them to teach. So those are the kind of critical conversations that you can have on an individual level on the qualitative side that you can't have in public, because people aren't going to be happy with those conversations in private, but they'll try to burn your house down if you make those things public. So when we did the SOIs for the fall for the first time, when we had questions that ask about activity, not good. And so we chose just not to report rather than to deal with it. So Selena, you say some of you are having trouble. Are you having trouble in Dr. Hamilton's shell?
No, it's in the class shell with the still for the links for the Saturday class. I didn't think it was affecting any of the other ones when I emailed you, but so I can't pull up any of the project info on Blackboard for your class.
Let me see where we are. What you talking about? These two links here?
I'm sorry, I've lost my video. I can hear everything, but I can't see anything.
Where it says qualitative and quantitative projects, analysis project. This is where you're having trouble. Let's see what it does.
Right.
Yours downloads, but ours says not found.
Okay, it's just these documents. Okay, let me see. Now, is it inside of today's lesson plan, or is it the link out here on the menu? See, I have these out here on the menu as well, I believe. Yep. See, I've got a link out here as well, the same materials.
Let me
So is it not working in both places or just one place or the other?
Let me see.
I've got
on that part, those are just drop boxes.
But are they working?
The drop box is coming up, yes, but
okay.
No.
So what I'll do is, we know that this actual link is working. I will add these quickly. Okay, I'm in the AZ shell. I need to move to the CZ shell. Okay, let me go here. Let me see if these are, no, wrong one, Bill. Let me see if these are working here. Yep, they're working for me here. So what I'm going to do, if we know this link here is live, let me make sure my editor is on. It is. If we know this one is live, okay. Move some of this stuff out of the way. All right, if you'll refresh this little button right here on your class shell, for those of you in the CZ section in Charlotte, you'll hit the refresh and then go and see if you can now access that document. If you can, I'll put the other one in as well.
Yes, it's saying it can download now.
All right, I'll put the other one in then. All right, you should be able to get those, and then I'll put the rubric in a minute. I'll put that in. All right, so that should fix your problem for the CZ section. I apologize, I did not, as you saw, it worked for me. I didn't know. I go back and check all these links, and so I wasn't aware that those wouldn't do that for you. And so last thing today, make sure that you view these two and look at what you're doing in consultancy and look at those two. Again, we're going to revisit those, and about midway through this semester, we'll come back, and I don't want to talk about them now. We're not quite ready to talk about those now, but most of you, we'll talk about those in a few weeks. I'm planning on about session 4 that we'll talk about these two projects. Read over them now. Make sure you know what the expectation is. As I said, I'll put that rubric in. This one right here, the project rubric, and it looks like all the others. And I'll put it in. But those two together will be your final project, and they said it would satisfy milestone 6, as Jonathan was talking about earlier today. So I will open that one up and put it in here just in a minute. I'll do that. And there's the rubric of what the expectation is. But again, look over these things. We'll talk about them in our 4th session. We'll revisit these. We should be at that point. We should be where we need to be. All right, let's look at let's look at our weekly schedule. Again, next week, we'll talk about Salkind. We'll look at the first, you should have gotten through that, your first test, hopefully by then. And we'll do, you need to be working in your groups. And remember, meeting back in 2 weeks. Your group work needs to be started now. Your Zoom work on putting together your case study 16. There are previous videos in terms of the expectation of what your PowerPoint should look like. And you should be getting to Excel so that you can learn formulas and functions in Excel. And we'll get to that when we get back in 2 weeks. So Salkind, all of chapter 1, including Excel, and get your case study ready for next time. All right. Anybody have any questions on anything that we've covered today? Anybody have any questions on where we're going, what we need to do, why we're here, anything that I've not covered today, anything you need to know, any feedback you'd like to give? And remember, you're on video, so I can't grab you. So whatever you say, is good, and you're not going to hurt my feelings. If you've already figured out, I'm not too tender. So anything for the good of the group before we go? Who's going to do the benediction today?
I have one more question.
All right.
For the discussion boards, do you have a timeline? Do we need to be completing discussion boards each week as you have them outlined on the syllabus or the weekly schedule?
I would hope that you
just
would.
Want us to complete. Okay.
But again, I'm not going to send out every Monday morning that you didn't do this or that. I think you get more out of the course if you keep up with it that way. But I have some people that wait and do them all in bunches, and it seems to work out fine for them. Whatever learning style suits you best. And so, no, I don't, I'm not going to go in Monday morning and see if you turned in this week's, discussion board 1 and sends you an email reminding you. I'm not, I'm not your parent. Y'all are grown. Y'all learn the way you learn. It's too late for me to change that now.
Just to follow up on that, just to be clear, so are we to follow the outline of the discussion boards as you have them posted, or are we to follow the outline as you have them in the class schedule? Or is there a preferred method?
Whatever. The preferred method is what your preferred method is, what you do, how you learn. We've got too much to do this semester for me to try to reteach you how to learn, as well as all this craziness that I'm trying to teach you to begin with.
Right. We just wanted to make sure if there was a particular order, but there's no particular getting how you fit in.
but sorry for interrupting you, Reggie.
No problem.
You're right. I put it in the order that I would use it if I were learning, but that doesn't mean that you are. I just, there has to be some order. And so I do it in the way that makes sense to me. It might not make sense to you. You might do
Okay.
something.
So the weekly schedule is the order you think makes the most sense for the
I do,
class.
to
Okay.
follow what we're going to cover in class each time.
Okay, cool. That helps me out. So now we'll know to follow the weekly
Yeah.
schedule to stay kind of abreast.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that you won't be surprised every week.
Roger that.
And we'll close. This is kind of, I guess I'll do the benediction today. So just imagine, just as I am playing in the background, like they do at the Baptist church when they have the benediction at the end. One of my favorite jokes is what's her name? Kathleen Madigan. She's a comic from St. Louis, and it's about learning, and it's about the double loop theory, doing the same thing over and over again, and not knowing how you learn or not learning. Theory of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again. And she grew up in St. Louis, obviously on the Mississippi River. And one of the things that they would do every spring when the spring floods and thaws would come, they'd go out in St. Louis there in town, and they had a kind of boardwalk, and they'd watch all the houses floating down the river that had washed away from all the flooding, snow melt, and the rains that spring from all the way. The Mississippi starts up in St. Paul, Minnesota, and comes all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. And, at St. Louis, the river is a mile wide, and these houses would be floating down. And she said every year there'd be some goober up on the roof of his house floating down the river. And he was just as surprised this year as he was last year that his house floated away. And it's a lesson for us all about learning, that even though we experience things, it doesn't mean that we learn them, and that we learn them in different ways and different rates. I'm just trying to find a way. Some of this material gets a little more difficult, as you will find. I'm just trying to find a way, and for you to find a way for you to accommodate the material as we go. I thank you for playing along today. I appreciate your involvement and your presence, being with us today, and I will see you again in 2 weeks. Have a good day, good weekend. Bye-bye.
Everyone.
All right, thank you.
I have a question for you before you hop off. So the Denison survey that I was going to give the Hickory Nut Gap employees. So initially I told them it was, well, I haven't communicated directly with them yet. I told them it was going to be anonymous. Should I set it up so that each employee has it? I guess I don't know how to set it up in Qualtrics so that I can see who's taken it.
Yeah, well, it automatically reports that. It gives you a report unless you tell it not to. It automatically tells you, let's see, how many responses and who you got.
Okay.
Or so, let's see. Okay, I can't minimize that while I'm recording, but I can change my view. Let me share my screen. It'll let me do it this way. So if I go to my Qualtrics account, let me close some of this stuff out. I need to save that one. All right, so if I go, she's closing Banner in just a few minutes, and that'll kind of shut things down. Hopefully this is the right link. They keep moving it around. Come on now. All right, so All right, so if I go to my reports on that particular one, and I look at total. So I guess I didn't have any. I didn't launch that one. Let me go to a different one. Let's see.
And if you want to, I can see the HNG Dennison survey. That's the one that.
Yeah, but we haven't launched it. So what I'm looking at, right here on my, right here on my responses. It's supposed to, give me my analytics on this one, on my come on now. Your responses are being re-indexed for speedier viewing will appear shortly, 0%.
So basically, I need to set it to require maybe an email, or should the first question be, what's your email address or something like that?
Yes. But normally on this report, it tells me who and what they responded. But as you can see, it's not responding today for whatever reason. Recorded responses, it should tell me, I should be able to click on that button, but it's paused right here, and it gives me a summary, and it tells me who and what. I mean, that's normal. You have to tell it not to do that when we set the survey up, if we want it to be, but just tell them it'll be confidential. We do need to track who does what.
Gotcha. Okay.
And we can kind of tell who this way.
Okay. That sounds good. I'll go in and I'll look at the settings.
Yeah,
I think I can figure that out.
Let me see if it'll pull up responses from another survey. Yeah, there we go. So right here, it's showing me who it is. It's showing me what theirs is. It does location data of where it came from. It's got an individual number up here, and I know how long it took, when they took it, and who took it.
How do you know?
Because it has a unique number up here.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Now, I would recommend not doing that, not assigning names.
Okay.
That unique number keeps more than one person from taking the survey.
Gotcha.
Now I can turn it on where I can identify them, but I never do that.
Okay. Okay.
Because of IRB and what we're talking about. But now there is a unique identifier, and I can trace it if I want to, but I don't, and I don't recommend that people do that. Again, be redundant, it keeps one person from going in and taking the survey 10 times.
Gotcha. Okay. That sounds good.
Because they have to log in, using their email, and so they can't do that.
Okay.
But again, if push came to shove, we could trace who it was. So that's confidential and not. Now, we don't use their names, and we don't collect their names, and we don't really want their names. We just don't want one, putting their thumb on the scale and answering 10 times.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's the only reason we do that. Is unique identifier is for validity purposes.
Okay. And do you think there's any value in doing or splitting the surveys so that I can see leadership, who's on the leadership team took it and what their results were, and then the rest of the employees, or should we just do it all to give everyone the same at the same time?
Generally, what you do on something like that is you just, you split it. You send HNG 1 and HNG 2. One goes to employees, one goes to leadership. You generally don't, even though they both are taking the same survey, the ethics is that you create, you do a second one and don't pull them out again, because we'd have to identify them.
Mm-hmm.
That way we know that if one is the leadership survey and we know 2 is not, and that way we at least give them that much more anonymity, confidentiality and protection. But if we use the same survey and we pull it out, then we have to identify everybody.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll talk to Jean-Paul and see if he'd be okay with that. I'm curious to see if there's a difference in perception.
Of course, that's very, very important to know. Very important to know. But yeah, you just make another copy and label it, just change the name to HNG2, just have 1 and 2, and utilize, the 1's to leadership and 2 to employees.
Mm-hmm.
And that way there's no problem with validity either, because it's the same survey.
Right. Okay.
The only reason you're splitting it is so you don't have to know everybody who did it.
Okay.
You're not doing it, you're not doing it, you're not giving them a different one, and you're just trying to maintain their confidentiality as best you can.
Gotcha. Cool. That sounds good. All right. That works. I'll take a look at it. I have not circled back with the COO on the survey. I did send him the little explanation, and he and I just haven't spoken yet. So
right.
I will run all this by him, and we will try to get this survey out soon.
That'd be great. I'm gonna be interested to see. I think it'd be very illustrative to see the difference in perceptions of your leadership and workers. I think that may be the value of what you're doing with a perception survey like this. That may be the actual. And so, yeah, we do need to separate those out.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Because that'll help with coming up with solutions and stuff.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
That'd be good.
Right.
All right.
All right.
Good to see you today.
Good to see you too. Bye, guys.
Bye. All right. Who's next? You're still okay. Unmute yourself there, Vic.
Angie, I just had 2 quick questions for Dr. Lamb. If we did some of the assessment work in the initiation phase and then the planning phase, those chapter quizzes and tests, will they show up for us in the shell? I was just checking, and when I go to the quizzes that I've taken, it shows that I should log in and take it again.
In the consultancy shell?
Yeah.
No, it'll be there.
If I took it, it should be.
Yeah, if you took it and I grade and it came through for me to grade it, it should be there.
I took both of those that are, one's in the initiation, one's in the planning phase.
All right, let me, I'll have to share my screen and go back in. Let me move that out of the way. Let's see.
I think I just passed. There it is.
Yep, you've got 14 points. So that means that you've done project status 1. Yep, I've got it. I've got project status 2. I've got project status 3. I've got project charter. I've got personal leadership. I've got leadership characteristic project managers. I've got characteristics of good project managers. You've got 92 points. So
Okay.
yeah, I've got it all.
Okay. I just,
Just like this one, the
Okay.
planning examination, let's see. Great detail. View attempts. There it is.
okay, okay,
I've got it all.
okay. Thank you, Dr. Lamb. Sorry
You're
about
welcome.
I wish you a good week or 2
Thank
weeks.
you.
See you again.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye, Angie.
Angie, are you still with us?
Sorry, I hope I didn't blow it for her.
No, she can get back in. I'll stay around here for a few minutes if she
Okay.
wants to get back in.
Take care.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye.